Yang Berhormat Liew Tong, Deputy Finance Minister of Malaysia, His Excellency Rafael Daerr, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia,
Tan Sri Dato Dr. Rebecca Fatima Shah Maria, IDEAS Board Member, esteemed speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
welcome to IDEAS Fiscal Responsibility Summit 2026. My name is Jazrin.
And I'm Priya, and today we will be your MCs for this morning.
May I request everyone to join me in a round of applause to show our deep appreciation for the European Union's invaluable support and partnership in making this event possible. We are delighted to have you join us for the Fiscal Responsibility Summit 2026. Throughout the day, we will explore the critical governance of fiscal transfers in Malaysia, featuring experts' insights and panel discussions on transparency, predictability, and the future of state fiscal capacity.
We look forward to a robust exchange of ideas and encourage you to engage actively during our designated Q&A session. It is now my distinct honor to invite His Excellency Rafael Daerr, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia, to the stage to deliver his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency.
Selamat pagi, good morning. YB, Deputy Finance Minister Tong, Tan Sri Rebecca, good to see you again. After yesterday night, I enjoyed the frequency of interaction. Distinguished representative of the federal government, of state governments, experts, academics, honorable members of parliament, colleagues from the diplomatic community, friends from civil society, academia, the private sector, dear friends of ideas, and dear friends of improving things and generating ideas. It's a pleasure to be here with you today for the presentation of this important paper by IDEAS on the governance of fiscal transfers in Malaysia. I warmly congratulate IDEAS and its authors for this timely contribution, and thank you in particular for bringing all of you together here this morning. Such a wide range of stakeholders at this Fiscal Responsibility Summit, and I think it's a privilege and an honor and pleasure as European Union to partner with you on this project, but also beyond, with IDEAS, but also you as a community of people gathered here to look at things critically and improve what we do together. Across the globe, including here in Malaysia and in Europe, governments are navigating a very demanding fiscal landscape. Economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, geoeconomic competition, climate-related risks, and rising expectations from citizens are putting pressure on public finances. And in this context, responsible fiscal governance is not an abstract concept. It's about ensuring that every ringgit, every euro is well spent, wisely, fairly, effectively, and transparently. It's about maintaining trust between citizen and institutions while creating the fiscal space needed to invest in the future. Also for the EU, these questions are at the very heart of the policy debate. While financial governance architectures may differ, the principles that guide sound fiscal governance are universal: transparency, accountability, predictability, and responsible stewardship of public resources. And these same principles also govern and shape our partnerships that we would like to nurture across the world. Through our engagement programs, we support efforts in particular to strengthen public financial management, improve governance, and reinforce institutions. For those who wonder why, the reason is very simple. Because just as we strive to become more resilient and strong, we also want our partners to be stronger. Because strong, resilient, and independent partners are better partners. And our engagement with Malaysia reflects that shared conviction. And it is in this spirit that today's study marks and makes an important contribution. Its focus on whether fiscal transfers are rules-based, predictable, and transparent speaks directly to what it is at the heart of effective governance. Because when transfers are governed by clear and consistently applied rules, state governments can plan with greater confidence, invest more effectively, and deliver better outcomes for citizens and for the country as a whole. The study highlights progress, but also areas where further improvements can be made. And in doing so, it contributes constructively to Malaysia's ongoing efforts to strengthen fiscal governance, including the implementation of the Public Finance and Fiscal Responsibility Act 2023. The study also contributes ideas for the broader discussions on federal-state fiscal relations. We believe that supporting high-level and high-quality research of this kind is an investment into our shared future. Evidence-based policy discussions help strengthen institutions, improve accountability, and build trust between different levels of government. Allow me a word on the EU-Malaysia relationship, and because we believe this kind of quality research that you have been engaged with and that you continue engaging on reflects very much, as I said, the kind of partnership we seek to build with Malaysia, one that is based on gathering and sharing best practices, mutual learning, identification of shared interests, and a common commitment to good governance and sustainable development to generate win-wins. And we were just speaking, Lu Ching Tong outside and listening to what good ideas are being developed here and wondering to what extent different models of federalism that exist in the EU, or even if you look at the EU itself with substantial money transfers from member states to EU levels and among EU member states, which are pretty much at the heart of what I believe is a success story that over decades has not only preserved peace on our continent, but has also contributed to improving and increasing prosperity of all the people. The basic concept of supporting immediate neighbors in getting stronger, and this ultimately being to the benefit of the whole, and everyone working closer together, trading more, and this leading to, of course, economic gains and benefits, but ultimately to much more. And at a time when EU-Malaysia relations are gaining renewed momentum, and I will only mention notably the FTA negotiations that are progressing well, these shared values, I believe, provide a strong foundation for even closer cooperation across many areas, from trade and investment to sustainability, digital transformation, and governance. They also underpin initiatives such as the Global Gateway strategy, through which we as EU are trying to work with partners to support sustainable, high-quality investments and long-term economic resilience. Again, we're honored and committed to work alongside Malaysia in this spirit as a reliable and long-term partner, committed to supporting resilient institutions, responsible budgets, and inclusive growth. Let me conclude once again by congratulating ideas and the authors of the study, all those who contributed for their excellent work, and by thanking all of you for your dedication to this important agenda. We look forward to continuing our dialogue and cooperation and partnership with Malaysia as we work together to strengthen not only fiscal responsibility and improve the governance of intergovernmental transfers, but also support a more inclusive, sustainable, and more prosperous future for all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih, and wishing everyone very successful brainstorming today on the basis of the report and what we will hear more about. Thank you very much.
We express our gratitude to His Excellency for those insightful remarks. It is now our privilege to transition to the next portion of our program. Our keynote address will be delivered by a distinguished individual who has played an important role in shaping the financial landscape of Malaysia and has actively collaborated with civil society organizations such as IDEAS. I am honored to invite Yang Berhormat Liew Chin Tong to the stage to share his address. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Liew Chin Tong.
His Excellency Rafael, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia. Excellencies, I see quite a few ambassadors here. Tan Sri Rebecca Santa Maria, IDEAS board members, Tricia Yeo, and also all other distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to IDEAS for inviting me to this occasion, and also thank you to EU for supporting this program. The theme of today's summit, Responsible Budgets, Stronger Malaysia, is both timely and important. We are at this juncture where we have seen the end of the one-party state in 2018, which provided quite a few openings for Malaysia to embark on new ideas. And at the same time, we are entering or celebrating Malaysia's 70th Merdeka in 2027. And it is both, I think, a time for us to reflect on how to deal with the past, and also to reflect on, to also think about how we should move into the future, to think about the next 10, 20, 30 years, and what sort of federalism that we would like to see, and how to govern both fiscal and finances within our federation and nation. I've read through the program, the event program, and found that you're trying to address several themes at the same time, namely fiscal responsibility and sustainability, federal-state relations, and climate change. And I can see the attempt to deal with problems arising from the past, such as irresponsible spending and corruption, as well as issues that will concern the nation into the future, such as climate change and building societal resilience in the face of a more challenging and less predictable world. Your effort is very commendable. Malaysia had a peaceful transition of power in 2018 and several rotations of government or prime ministers since then, making it now a reasonably functioning democracy against the backdrop of global democracy recession. And I think that context is important, because what has been done over the last couple of years under Prime Minister Anwar has a lot to do with preventing the past from recurring. And let me put it into context. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Dr. Sri Anwar, the Madani government has made several efforts, or quite a few efforts, into building institutional guardrails to build in checks and balance to ensure that the past doesn't recur. Number one, limiting the power of Prime Minister. Because during the period of time, one of the reasons why the one-party state collapsed was really under the weight of the 1MDB scandal. And the problems that was identified, I think, commonly in Malaysia, is the excessive concentration of powers in the hands of the Prime Minister, the sidelining of cabinet and the parliament, as well as the more than half a century trends of centralization of powers in the federal government vis-a-vis the state government. I think that was generally identified as the problem. Some of the issues has been dealt with. For example, at some point, hopefully in this year, there will be a constitutional amendment to limit the terms of the Prime Minister or tenure of the Prime Minister to 10 years. And hopefully, very soon, there will be a constitutional amendment to separate the powers, or separate the appointment process as well as the position of public prosecutor from the position of the Attorney General. These are basically structural changes to our constitution, and in order to ensure that the Prime Minister's power is limited, even in the appointment of public prosecutor. A Parliamentary Service Act was passed to enable an independent set of parliamentary services, further strengthening the parliamentary institutions. And in Parliament, a set of 10 permanent select committees were built into the standing order. And from now on, these standing committees will look at, will oversee the functions and performances of the ministries. I have spent time with the committees, and I know that some, maybe a selected few may not function as well as I wish, but generally, all these committees have done very well, and it is a great addition to our parliament. When I was in opposition, we have been talking about the needs for a set of select committees, and I'm very happy that it is now there and it is doing well. I just spent 2 hours with the Finance and Economics Committee 2 days ago to look at and to help them to understand the Fiscal Responsibility Act. And I think this set of committees is an opportunity for civil society as well as for members of parliaments who are not part of the administration to understand and to eventually develop an environment where more transparency will happen between the branch of executive and parliament and with the public, as well as a lot more readiness to accept ideas by the executive from parliament as well as from the public. I don't know whether eventually we'll reach to a level where this idea of core governing is possible within our structure, but I think the direction is to empower Parliament a lot more so that Parliament can be part of this process, governing process better. Interestingly, this government is constituted by previous rivals or past political rivals, and that in a way, credits to the Prime Minister, has resulted in the importance of cabinet as a platform and forum to deal with all policy issues. And most of my cabinet, most ministers who attend cabinet would tell you that this cabinet probably is the most, was given the most importance compared to any government, at least since 1980s. The cabinet has been given a lot of room to deliberate matters. The Prime Minister is in a listening mood most of the time compared to previous Prime Minister, and I think it's a good start. Really, since 1980, we have been on a downtrend of concentrations of powers in the hands of the Prime Minister, and it is refreshing to see that cabinet is given such an importance in this government. The Parliament is also dignified over the past 3 years. No Prime Minister has attended Parliament sitting so often compared to Prime Minister Anwar. I remember the time that when I was in opposition, we were trying to see the Prime Minister and he wouldn't appear more than 3 times a year. He would come at the King's opening, he would come at the budget, and then he would come in one other occasions, and that's about it. But we are now seeing Prime Minister Anwar coming to Parliament to answer Prime Minister questions almost on a weekly basis, with the exceptions of his, when he's overseas. So I think that is the framework that has been put in place, and it is an evolving process. We would need a lot more work to be done, but generally we have created an environment and the possibility of checking previous challenges, dealing with the past problems of concentrations of powers in the hands of the Prime Minister with the sidelining of Parliament and Cabinet. Of course, more has to be done. Secondly, to deal with the past, there was also Public Finance and Fiscal Responsibility Act. I think that is something that is new, but at the same time, it is something very significant. The Act has institutionalized fiscal discipline and strengthened the governance of public finances. It incorporates principles of transparency, accountability, and sustainability, while providing a strong framework to guide fiscal decisions over the medium and long term. That is also part of the very important process of ensuring that in the years to come, there will not be a scandal as we have seen in the past. Thirdly, Parliament has also passed the Government Procurement Act. It is another milestone as the future procurement will be subjected to more scrutiny and the decision makers are subjected to personal responsibilities beyond the tenure of office. And I'll say that this is really a defense against the abuses we have seen at all levels, especially at the high level, and we will need to do more in order to ensure that once we implement and roll out the Government Procurement Act in 2027, it will function as the Act intended to be, but at the same time, it will be able to enable more transparency while not hindering any potential of building industrial capacity domestically. Now, what we have to do as a nation to move forward, I talk about how we build defenses and guardrails to prevent past misdeeds to recur. But what do we have to do to deal with the future? And how do we think and imagine the future in the years to come, especially at the juncture of the 70th anniversary of Merdeka? I think today I just want to restrict to two subjects in line with your themes. One, how to create a constructive federalism. Second, how to build prosperity and resilience to deal with an aging society and a more fragile world. Federalism is a hot topic, especially we have elections and all this. But I want to share my general views without going to the specific, and hopefully this conference can come up with more specific ideas so that you can help us to think through in a balanced way and taking the election hit out of the discussion. Yeah. Now, while Malaysia is a federal system, it was by design at birth that powers are mostly concentrated at the national capital. Yeah. Compared to federalisms that we borrow our system from, and specifically Australia and India, it has more compared to the federalisms that we borrow our system from, which is specifically India and Australia, our system is a lot more restrictive, and we are a lot restrictive. Hello. Yeah. So our federalism is a lot more restrictive. For instance, in Australia and India, policing, education, and healthcare are generally and largely a state matter, whereas in Malaysia, this has always been built in as a federal matter since day one. Secondly, when Merdeka and also when Malaysia was formed in 1963, at that point of time, the economy was generally an agrarian economy, so very much agriculture, and therefore land and anything that has something to do with land and natural resources were considered very important and bringing substantial revenue to the state government vis-a-vis the federal government. So when we were constituted, it was really before industrialization and before mass industrialization. Therefore, the original structure gives the state sustainable as well as substantial resources in order to maintain its function at that point of time. But as Malaysia embarked on massive industrialization, especially driven by FDI, the first wave in the early 1970s and in the second wave in the late 1980s and early 90s, Malaysia has become more prosperous, and therefore the federal government has a lot more functions as well as a lot more resources collected through income taxes and corporate income taxes through corporations and personal income taxes. So the disparity between federal and state has become larger over time and coupled with other challenges that we are dealing with. And while this happened, politically, the structure has also been one that is enabling these concentrations of power at the federal level. So from around 1960s, most of the states were governed by one party, which was UMNO. And UMNO had a structure where the president of the party would appoint the state chief. The state chief were not elected, and they were appointed by the federal president, party president. And at the same time, the federal party president was in most of the time from 1957, actually in all time from 1957 until 2018, was also the prime minister. That enabled a structure where the state chief, who became the Menteri Besar or chief minister, in most states, barring Penang and Sarawak, and also states where Barisan Nasional was not in government, the chief minister was subservient politically to the federal prime minister in the party structure. So through all this, we see an outcome of further concentrations of power, plus lacking of state capacity at the state level. We have what we have now. We have what we have now because of the political structure, the economic structure, and the political economy nexus. But after 2018, things has become very different. Things has become very different. In fact, after 2008, Tricia has been working on federal-state relationship, mainly because there were parties which were not part of the federal ruling coalition since 2018, because since 2008, because there was a political tsunami in 2008 in which Penang, Selangor, Kedah, and Perak, beyond just Kelantan, fell into the hands of the then opposition. So the structure has now, or the political economy nexus has now changed. And therefore, it's time for us to rethink how to constitute something into the future. To constitute something that is not backed by the political structure in the past, but something that will be sustainable into the future, and something that is sustained by multi-party democracy in Malaysia. Because I mean, we cannot take away politics from the discussions of federalism, because it is part of it and it's how it shaped it. So what I'm saying is that we should now think of a constructive federalism where both federal and state know that they have to come together to find a new deal. To find a new deal where it is not adversarial. I mean, you're now seeing adversarial federalism. And adversarial federalism with state nationalism seems an interesting recipe politically, but it's not good for the nation. So we need to find a way to construct and to find a way to create both political and economic structure that will enable and sustain a constructive federalism. And I think on the part of the federal government and national leadership, first, it is to realize that it is good for Malaysia to have 4 or 5 or 6 economic engines geographically, and to enable them. And this you can see in the discussions of, and also eventual signing of the Johor-Singapore Special Economic Zone. When Prime Minister Anwar came into office in his inaugural visit to Singapore in January 2023, Prime Minister Anwar and Premier Lee Hsien Loong talked about JSSCZ. And today we see this idea taking shape, in part because of the acceptance that this country will grow much better if Johor grow partially through its geographical links with Singapore. And you see over the last couple of years, there's a lot of emphasis on the Penang and Kulim cluster, the semiconductor cluster. And that is also another region where the Malaysian economy could grow very well. Thirdly, we see a lot more discussions on natural resources and particularly energy in Sarawak. And if Sarawak could grow on a different sector from other places in other states in Malaysia, it will be a great engine. And if we can think of re-engineering or rethink the role of Kuala Lumpur as a regional and even global city, that is another engine of growth for Malaysia. So the idea of Malaysia has to be one that both federal and state, especially at the national level, accept that we will move into the future with 4 or 5 engines of growth, and these engines of growth, which are geographically anchored, will take the nation to the next step. And how to enable this engine of growth to be able to make decisions at the state level and also in concert with federal government. Beyond that, it is also to ask the question. Now, there are, in this whole adversarial debates about federalism that you have heard recently, and it has been there for a while, but recently, just last week, it was a big adversarial debate. But this adversarial positioning is all about resource sharing. But I would like to suggest that moving forward, we should discuss about sharing resources and sharing of responsibility. Shared resources with shared responsibilities. That means in all these discussions, I acknowledge that there is a need to share more resources, but at the same time, it is also time for us to revisit whether some of the federal functions could be devolved to the state. For instance, over the last couple of years, under Prime Minister Anwar, through the MA63 framework, the energy sector has been wholly devolved to Sabah, while TNB is still helping as a share owner, but the regulatory power of energy has been fully devolved to Sabah. And likewise, it has always been with Sarawak on its own. Recently, last week, the Prime Minister was in Bintulu, and the Bintulu port has been fully devolved to Sarawak at what the Transport Minister called a discounted price. But anyhow, it was a negotiated price. And it was a very friendly arrangement where Bintulu port was very mutually agreed to be devolved to Sarawak. So when we think about federalism and a constructive federalism, the cornerstone of that is to have shared resources with shared responsibility. And that, I think, should be the way we take this to the next debate. And given that today we also have diplomats here, it's good for us to think about the federal government seeing the state being more important. And therefore, when the state are more important, the state can also enable more regional development or regional activism. I give an example. I have earlier mentioned about JSSZ. The other example is really BIM Niaga. BIM Niaga has been there for the longest of time. BIM Niaga is Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia Growth Region. It's a mouthful. BIM Niaga has been talked about since the early 1990s. Malaysia and the Philippines had no mutual visits of presidents until 1993 because of the formation of Malaysia, and until 1993 there was no mutual relationship. But 1993, President Fidel Ramos came to Kuala Lumpur, and from then on there was very warm relationship with the Philippines, and therefore from around the mid-90s there was this discussions of BIM Niaga. But BIM Niaga has been there and no one has really seriously talked about it. But if we see Sabah, Sarawak, and together with that, Labuan, we have forgotten about Labuan. But if let's say we imagine that Sabah, Sarawak, and Labuan will be given a lot more importance to their own region, but also with other countries within the framework of ASEAN to build BIM Yaga, we will have a very interesting ASEAN. But that required a lot of rethinking on the part of all Malaysians as well as our friends from EU and from everywhere else, to think about how we can create a sort of a constructive federalism that will deal with prosperities and also build resilience for Malaysia and the region moving forward. Now, before I conclude, I just want to say a few words about prosperities and resilience. We are dealing with a society, a global environment that is not very conducive for cooperation, which means we need to cooperate more, and we need to put in more effort to cooperate. But at the same time, we are also dealing with challenges, particularly coming from aging society and climate. Aging society and climate change are serious challenges that we have to deal with. How to ensure that we create better jobs? How do we ensure that we create better industry? How do we ensure that we have a more prosperous societies so that we can prevent Gen Z protests, which is basically relating to jobs, wages, and upward social mobility? And how to ensure that Malaysia, Indonesia, and some of these countries, which are very young on paper now, our median age is 31 years old, compared to Japan at 49, China at 43. We're a very young society, but we must ensure that this generation will grow rich, so that we are able to get rich before we get old. As far as climate is concerned, it has a lot to do with also rethinking federalism. Because of the way the federalism is constructed, it is mostly based on the revenue sources of state comes mostly from natural resources and land. And therefore, there is a tendency to sprawl the city, because the more you sprawl the city, you collect a lot more developmental charges. There is a tendency to sell logging rights. There's a tendency to sell reclamation rights from the sea. I mean, all this has a lot to do with revenue structure of the state. Now, the innovation that happened within the structure now is something called ecological fiscal transfer. But that is still very limited to a small amount of money. But it is in time to come, I think it is, we need, when we think about federal-state relationship, we will need to bring in climate as a factor. We will need to put climate as a factor when we rethink federal-state relationship, when we rethink of a constructive federalism. Climate has to be an element, so that the state gets the resources it needs without having to sell logging rights, without having to sprawl the city, without have to sell reclamation rights, without having to dig down to deal with any sort of mining's irresponsibility. So I think these are ideas that we should work on. I believe and I have faith in the Malaysian federalism. I think Malaysia will be a more important nation if we can create more centers of growth. If we can imagine, for example, Johor, imagine Johor as Melbourne to Australia, as Busan to Korea, as Osaka to Japan. And we have a semiconductor sector in Penang and Kulim. We have other regions to grow. The Malaysian economy, with a new political economy set up, it will become a more important nation, with all of you believing in it and making it happen. Thank you.
Testing. Thank you, Young Bohomat, for your illuminating speech. We would like to now proceed with a photo session. Can I please call upon His Excellency Rafael Daerr, Aira Azhari, Tan Sri Dato' Rebecca, and Sri Murniati Yusuf, along with Dr. Stuart Nixon, to the stage for a photo session. Now it is my pleasure to call upon the CEO of Ideas, Aira Azhari, to the stage to deliver her welcoming remarks. Aira, over to you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to His Excellency Rafael Daerr, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia, diplomats and friends. Thank you for spending your Thursday morning with us. I believe we've had two illuminating speeches, YB Tong leaving us with more work to do at Ideas. Today's conference is actually years in the making. It was first thought about when the Public Finance and Fiscal Responsibility Act was passed in 2023, which was a win for transparency and accountability of government finances in Malaysia. But Ideas asked the question, what is next for Malaysia? The governance of federal state transfers is a question that we explore today in the paper and through the 3 panel discussions that you will hear from later today. Thank you to the 9 panelists, esteemed panelists, who agreed to join us for today's conversation. We look forward to the engaging discussions throughout the day. A few congratulations and thank yous. First to Sri Murniati, our senior fellow, for authoring this important paper. Dr. Stewart Nixon, Nur Nazira Muhammad and Akila Abdul Hadi for providing valuable inputs and support on the research side. Congrats also to the advocacy and events team, Ryan, Zudi, Murni, Adam and Nurin for support in the publication of the paper and for putting together today's event. Last but not least, gratitude goes to the European Union for your steadfast support of Ideas work. We cannot do what we do without your support. Have a good conference and thank you everyone.
All right, thank you, Aira, for the warm welcome. Moving on to our next agenda, I would like to invite Ms. Sri Murniati Yusuf, Senior Fellow at Ideas, to present the report entitled The Governance of Fiscal Transfers in Malaysia. Is it rule-based, predictable, and transparent? Ms. Sri Murniati, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Priya, and good morning. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. It's an honor to be here to present this paper that has been in the work for quite some time now. And again, I want to thank researchers, and maybe I think some names are not omitted just now. I think especially to Nisha Muniandi and Priya here, who has been at the initial stage of data collection. It's been a privilege. So let's start. My presentation today, I think we will have several sections. So we will talk a little bit on fiscal transfer in Malaysia in general, and then we will examine one by one the topics that we are talking today, whether it's rule-based, predictable, and on whether it's transparent. And at the end of the presentation, I will talk a little bit of what would be the recommendation for improvement. I think thanks, Aira, for talking a little bit of the background of why this paper came out, but I think I want to acknowledge Trisha's work in 2022, which is on fiscal federalism. I think YB Liew Tong mentioned earlier. I think that's the first work for us to venture into fiscal federalism and federal fiscal relations. But I think also our work on budget transparency. Since 2014, Ideas has been the researcher for Open Budget Survey. And I think when we did a transparency measurement at the federal level, we want to know what it would look like at the state level. And I think from the work that we did, we have this, I think, now become our annual or biannual publication, which is on Malaysians Open Budget Index, produced every 2 years now. And I think the new one will come soon. And from here, I think ask questions. Now that we know the state of transparency, what's next, right? So I think since the discussions on fiscal transfers, if you see the news here, I think this is only a few of many discussions happening in the past 5 years. And I think Trisha's paper published by ICS really document on how the discussions on this matter has been more and more since 2018, or even since 2008, but I think recently since the change of government. And the discussion is not just about we want more. I think the discussion, we want revenue sharing. It's not enough that you give us more. Give us the formula. We want to know how you actually calculate it. I think Premier Sarawak says that you give us this amount of money, but we want to know how you actually calculate it. And then I think Chief Ministers of Terengganu says, look, please don't give us, the current disbursement process is very irregular and it's very difficult for us to predict. So the discussion is no longer just about the amount, but I think what I said it here is the governance, how it's being governed, how it's being delivered and implemented. And that's why I think this paper is trying to focus on that. I think there are other elements of fiscal transfers also very important, which is design, but we won't go into that today. There will be another paper. I think IDEA's team has tried to see whether it has an effect on equalizing the income. I think 2 months ago, or one month ago, we also have another paper on equalization effect of transfer. But this time, we will talk more on the governance side. Okay, so the questions, when I said governance, what is it? I think the spectrum of governance will be very large, but I decided to focus on 3 important elements. I think the first one is whether it's rule-based. Any transfer in other countries, as well as in Malaysia, will have some legal basis, be it in the constitution, legislations, executive orders, anything. But do we have the legal basis for all transfer that we have now? And whether it's not just the legal basis, whether this legal basis or any guidelines have formula or any rules that govern the distribution of this transfer. And I think most importantly, is this formula implemented or not? Or is these rules being implemented or not? So that's on the rule base. The second one, I think another important thing is whether it's predictable. We want to know whether the amount estimated by federal government as well as by the state actually consistent with what actually being received. And whether there's a significant increase or decline over the years. And the third one is whether it's transparent. I think this has been IDEA's work for so many years. We want to see, it's not only whether the information publicly available, but whether the information is consistent. What's reported by federal government is also reported by state government. The same amount, same name. And of course, whether other important documents are being published. So again, there are limitations to these inquiries, and if you see the questions may be quite limited, but our inquiries is also limited by data availability. So if more researchers work on this in the future with more data available, I hope more bigger and greater inquiries can be made. So let's move on to the second sections of the presentation. Oh, sorry, before that. So as I mentioned earlier, this research benefited from publicly available data, thanks to federal government that published the budget documents. This is, I think among researchers, we know it's a lampiran E, or Appendix E in the estimates of budget of documents. This is annual budget, anggaran perbelanjaan kerajaan persekutuan. So the lampiran E always there. So we collected the data from 1980 to 2024 with great deal of effort. I think some of the researchers I have to mention here, Nisha, have to go to different libraries because some of them are not available online. So thank you so much. We also benefited from publicly available budget data from state governments, Auditors General report, news reports, and any other useful research from other researchers. And I have to mention here, another panelist who will join us later, Dr. Arwan Shah. I really benefited a lot from the framework that he built in his research. So how many transfer we have? If we see the lampiran E just now, at the moment, as of 2024, as reported by the Anggaran Perbelanjaan Kerajaan Persekutuan, we have 19 active transfer. The name, actually not transfer. Transfer is like pengalihan dalam bahasa Melayu, right? The term is actually pemberian. So it's a little bit, if we talk just now, the minister talked about constructive federalism. It's not so constructive in equal. Sebab diberi, bukan dialihkan, bukan bahagi, sharing. It's not sharing, it's diberi. So I think even the term need to be changed at some point to reflect that our federations actually, consist of equal positions of states and federal government. So we have 19, and if you can see here, especially capitation grant comes all the way even before independence. It's in 94. And then over the years, it has changed. We have, I think, about 6 inactive transfers, but mostly it's actually modification of state maintenance, state road maintenance, which is the transfer to maintain roads in the states. And in some years, sometimes the federal government said, oh, actually, I want to give more for the slope for this. So in the past, it's this grant is moved to different slot of budget. But I think recently it's just lumped together. I don't know which. I think a better one is actually to separate, because you will be able to see, and we will see later, that it has actually inflated the cost in some certain state governments. But there are also transfers that is not listed in lampiran E, which is if you see the fourth, the one here, which is royalty of oil to Sabah and Sarawak. It's not listed in lampiran E. Unless you see, I think you check the state budget documents and you will be able to see the amount. But it's not really reflected in the federal government budget. And also, I think the controversial payment to Terengganu and Kelantan, which state government and with federal government still not recognize whether it's oil royalties or something else. So in other countries, usually transfers like this are recognized as part of transfer system, but in our system, it's not included in the federal government reports in the budget documents. So these are the transfer. So as earlier I think said by the minister, even though the number looks a lot, but it's actually for the federal government, the total amount of transfer given to 13 states is only this much. Only 1% to 2.8%. Of course, if we see the percentage is also increased, the amount is also increased, but it remains small compared to other federations. He mentioned Australia just now. Australia allocated about 20 to 5%. Of course, because they have greater responsibility than our states. That's one of the explanation, is because our states do not have that much responsibility, and that's why they're not given that much amount of money. But in any case, we are still very, very low in terms of the percentage of transfer compared to the overall federal government expenditure. So, but what are these transfers? Experts usually talk about whether the transfer conditional or unconditional. So conditional means that you have to spend whatever the federal government asks you to do or asks them to do. If it's unconditional, the state government can spend as they like, depending on their needs and priorities. So if you see from the number, mostly actually unconditional. So meaning if the number of these correspond with the amount, actually the state government has, the ability or the freedom to use whatever they like. And unfortunately, since we're talking about constructive federalism just now, we only have 4 that can be considered revenue sharing. The rest is not revenue sharing. It's just pemberian, the gift from federal government to state governments. The revenue sharing, I think this is recent, tourism tax return, which is started in 2019 when PH government came to power. And then, of course, this one, but it's only for oil-producing states. And then this one, revenue growth grant, which is quite interesting. This is if the federal government receive extra revenue, if you have extra revenue or if you're not deficit, then the states will get maximum for all states, maximum 250 million. And it's distributed according to a very decent formula. Okay, I will try to do it faster. So now we have this many unconditional. Hey, sorry. How to do this? Can someone help? I think I'm back to the, okay. So, if you see here, unfortunately, although the number of unconditional transfer actually quite high, the amount is lower. This side, the one that is being lined with this blue nice color, from here onward is conditional, which means the state have to spend. So over the years, this has increased from just about 30% of the total grant to only 20%, which means the rest the state has to spend on either, and this is the state maintenance road. So if the state government said, if the federal government said, actually, the transfer has increased over the years, yes, but 50% of it is just to build and maintain roads. Not much left for other purposes, right? For state libraries, for museum, and for other purposes. So the mostly is for roads. And if you see here, people keep, I think, have these questions. To what extent that our states are dependent on federal government? If we see aggregate level, looks good. Actually, the transfer to the state only make up about 28% to 23% of their total revenue. In aggregate, semua negeri. But if we look into individual states, if we see per list, more than 100%. So which means there are some states very, very dependent. Of course, we have Sarawak here, we just, it's just less than 20% of their revenue comes from federal government. But per list, ni Negeri Sembilan, Kedah, all are quite dependent. Which means predictability matters, right? If this is the amount that they support their revenue, they need the transfer to be predictable, to be transparent, to be following the formula. Okay, so this is not even the MC only give me another 5 minutes, I'll be really, really fast. So now, is it rule-based? If we see the constitutions, these are the relevant section in the constitutions. I will not go by one. We will have a constitutional expert later with us who probably will talk to us about this, but please do check. We have all these, some of these provisions that actually guide the way transfers should be done. And actually, maybe there's one left here, but unfortunately, this paper doesn't cover, it's actually on development grants. I just realized that there's a specific sections in the Constitution that actually talks about transferring development grants, but it's not included here. So, if you have a chance to see the paper, I just, to put it in different way here, actually, most of our grants are based on other legal basis, but only 10 actually we can say that have a constitutional roots. 4 of them, this is for active grants, yeah? 4 of them are explicitly mentioned, but the rest are sort of implicitly mentioned in the Constitution. The rest is very much based on, I would say, does not have the constitutional roots, but some of them say, for example, based on NFC's decision, which is, this is National Finance Council, an established council by constitution, which is actually one of the role is to discuss fiscal transfer matters. And their decision is to create this. However, I think I will ask Weijie to talk about this later, is whether the NFC has the power to create transfer, or it's just to discuss and to be consulted on this matter. If it doesn't have, by right, all these things actually need to, these transfers have to be recognized by Parliament. So I think we will have discussion later on that. This one's quite interesting because this is based on treaty. Kedah is based on a treaty from 1800, which says that when they cede Pulau Pinang to the British, the Kedah the Kedah Kingdom by then will receive 10,000 rial. I'm not sure why they use the rial as a currency. And that number is being used. If you see the last page of the paper, the 10,000 is being given to Kedah for quite some time, until recently being increased to 10 million. So, but what is this 10,000 is based on? There's no formula. It is not, what is this based on? Is it, based in income and based on things? No, it's just this amount. We've been take it as a, as it is from very old treaty in 1800. So some of these, please read the paper. Actually, the bases are quite uncertain, in my opinion. Now, on the formula, out of 19 active grants, only, I think now it's about 14 actually has formula, which is not bad. It's most of them, even though they don't have constitutional basis, such as EFT, Ecological Fiscal Transfer, it has formula. So public would know, okay, this is the basic amount, and this is the additional incentive, like the EFT, right? The first 200,000 is given if you have a proper record of your protected forest areas. You will be given, the state will be given 200,000, just it is. And then they build in incentive for EFT. So we have formula. For some transfers, they also have procedures for modification. For example, capitation grant. I think recently the amendments say we have to review it every 10 years now. In the past, they only mentioned that Parliament can review it from time to time, but now we have 10 years. And there's also some transfers have guidelines, and that's why they have disbursement process. How to submit the application, for what purposes are these things need to be used. So all these things, there are 4 of them. But the good one, I think, for Sabah and Sarawak, which is now actually in progress, is the constitutions have provision to adjudicate disputes, and actually through the court or any arbitrator. Okay. So now the implementation. So I think this one, we don't have to talk this much, this long, because actually the case is in progress at the moment. But yeah, Sabah rightly, have the rights to be not very happy with the way the government give the money for all these years. From 1980, flat like that, while actually they have to receive 40%. Only until recently, it's increased to 300 million, 600 billion, and then now 1.5 billion. And still not fairly clear where are these from. Sarawak, it said 5 million, but it's actually more than 5 million annually, and recently received equal amount to Sabah, which is 600 million. So whether that's a basis on this or not is not very clear. And I think I would love to hear later on, what's the if this is constitutional grant and we don't follow it, what should happen actually to those made decision before? Because it's violations against constitutional rights. Okay, this is I talked earlier. State maintenance road, yes, the constitution say it depends on the maintenance cost. But over the years, if you can see here, Kelantan always receive the lowest per kilometer. Maybe the cost of goods or bahan-bahan bangunan dekat Kelantan cheaper, maybe, or maybe the road is not that many. But yeah, I think it make us questions whether it's quite difficult to understand whether this difference is actually based on the cost itself, or maybe there are other elements that's being included, but at the moment it's not very clear. Okay. Let's move on to the next two, and I'll be very fast. Give me just 3 minutes more to move on to the next one. And so is it predictable? For federal government, if we see here, between estimates and actual, it's not that much. So whatever they estimate to give to the state in that year, they actually give it almost, right? Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes less. There's some fluctuations in terms of year to year. In some years, interestingly, around election year, it's actually the difference between one year to another is higher. In 1982, for example, this is when, of course, the famous UMNO breakup happening, and this is high. 1997 and, of course, 2007 is also high. But for state government, I'm sorry, it's not very clear, but you can refer to the paper. The fluctuations year to year is even greater. Some of them receive 100% more than the previous year. I mean, I don't know whether state government should be happy or confused with that, right? Suddenly, I receive 100% more than more than previous year. But then, deep again. So, if you ask state government officials, if I think I will be very, okay, how should I, plan my budget? How should I plan my budget if the fluctuations is really like this? Now, we wanted to look into all states to see whether the estimates and actual are available, but unfortunately not all state government publish their estimates or penyata keuangan. And Terengganu, because it's the winner of our MyOB, we use this because they have the documents. So if you see here, the variation, especially for annual grant, this is Sabah. This is what the actual, this is what the estimates. So the estimate only this much. So this is a windfall, a huge windfall for Sabah in 2023. In the meantime, Terengganu expect this much, only to get this much for the annual grant. So predictability is problematic. And to what extent that the National Finance Council as a platform to discuss it actually can mitigate this problem. Okay, let's go to the last part. Okay, so at the federal government, I think there's a recognition even from the international organization that transparency has improved. I think our last score for the open budget survey has improved quite, not considerably, but it's a recognition to the government, what the government did. On the transfer, yes, we have the actual. You see the lampiran E, they will report the actual transfer, but estimates, not so much. So the estimates, the one highlighted green here, is available on the budget documents, and this is the vote code, it's there. But this one, I couldn't find it. So where actually they put the estimate? Is it part of the, say like the ecological fiscal transfer, right? Is it part of the natural resource ministry? But yeah, so far, if we trace this budget code, these are not available. So it's very difficult to see how much actually they plan to give to the state on particular transfer. For the state government, as I mentioned earlier, this is IDEA's work in 2024. If you can see here, we rely on budget estimate, anggaran perbelanjaan kerajaan negeri, perbelanjawan. And most of the states, they don't publish it. same to the annual financial statement, which is to track whether it's being, how much the actual spending, right? So given the availability of documents is very low, so I think the first thing is just, please just, publish. Okay, I will not go through this, but I will probably discuss this later on when I present. But in general, I would say that we have some problem in all these three fronts. And I think I will talk a little bit on the recommendation later on as well, so we can have bigger discussions with two other experts or three other experts in the panel discussion later. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uni. A round of applause once more to Uni and for the detailed presentation of our publication today. And that's just the beginning of today's event, so please hold your questions, because to start off with our first panel discussion, I would like to invite Dr. Trisha Yo, Lim Wei-jit, Sri Murniati on stage. And of course, we have Dr. Anwar Shah, who is logging in virtually from Washington, D.C. Ms. Sri Murniati, over to you. Thank you.
I will moderate the discussions on my own paper. but feel free to ask questions. But I think let's listen to the insights from the expert that we have today. I want to thank Dr. Anwar Shah for joining us virtually from DC, and I think it's quite late at night there. He wants to join us here, but I think a trip to just one day being in KL would be too much for him. So thank you so much, Dr. Anwar Shah, for joining us virtually. The discussion will revolve around the paper, but I think I'm actually quite intrigued by the challenge given by the minister. Maybe we can talk a little bit whether our constitutional provisions, our politics, Trisha, and the setup, federalism setup, actually, what are the challenges if we want to make our federation constructive, and what would be the step later on? But we will talk about it later on. I think we will discuss a little bit on the paper first. I will invite each speaker to talk about the paper. What do they see? What would be the finding that would be most interesting for them? And what kind of things that maybe I left out in the process. So let me just read a little bit on the biography of each, not biography, it's just a small introductions to the three speakers. Dr. Anwar Shah is a non-resident senior fellow at Brookings Institution, Washington, D.C., USA, and also at the Institute for Public Economics in Canada. And he is former director of the Center for Public Economics at China. He has previously served the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, Canadian Ministry of Finance, the government of Alberta, and the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. He published more than 2,000 books and numerous articles in leading journals. His recent books include Fiscal Federalism with Robin Broadway, and I think I refer to this book quite a lot in the paper, and also by the Cambridge University Press, The Practice of Fiscal Federalism, Comparative Perspective, published by McGill. So thank you so much, Dr. Anwar Shah, for joining us, and it's a privilege to have a fiscal federalism expert actually with us. He wrote a lot on fiscal transfer. The second speaker is Dr. Tricia Yeoh, former CEO of Ideas. Thank you, Tricia, for joining us. She's currently a director at the Asian Institute for Policy and Engagement at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, where she has also served as Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Nottingham, Malaysia's School of Politics, International Relations and Economics. I think Tricia is one of the prolific federal-state relations. He wrote several books and publication on that. She's the editor of Spirit of Merdeka, the book The Road to Reform in Pakatan Rakyat in Selangor. She's the recipient of Darjah Tuanku Mukhriz, conferred by Yang di-Pertuan Besar Negeri Sembilan, Tunku Mukhriz, and as well as the recipients of Selangor Sultan Pingat Jasa Kebaktian. So thank you, Tricia. The last but not least speaker is Lim Wejit. Wejit, I think, has been, thank you so much. You've been working a lot on improving our legal system. So Wejit has a broad civil and commercial corporate litigation practice. He has navigated high-value disputes relating to commercial contracts, minority operations of shareholders, as well as breach of directors' duties and other aspects of corporate governance. Wejit is also author and editor of various leading practitioner texts, including Malaysia Court Practice, Trial Courts. And outside the law, Wejit also served as Secretary General of Malaysia's National Human Rights Society, HAKAM, and a member of National Youth Consultative Council. So let's start with, I think, letting all the panelists to just provide a very broad comments on the paper. I would start with Dr. Anwar Shah first. Dr. Shah, please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in your important deliberations. Sri Murniati Yusuf's paper on governance of fiscal transfers in Malaysia is a rule-based, predictable, and transparent. In my view, lays important groundwork for reform of the fiscal system. She finds that the Malaysian transfer system does not fully meet those three criteria and argues for clear legal foundations, more consistent application of allocation formulae, better consolidation and disclosure of transfer data, and stronger and more institutionalized role for the National Fiscal Council, supported by permanent technical committees. I fully endorse both her diagnosis and her proposed reform. I would only encourage her to go one step further, to critically examine the existing structure of grants themselves and provide pathways to reforms to improve how the system can better serve both the efficiency of the economic efficiency as well as regional fiscal equity, and in doing so, strengthened a shared common sense of national, political, economic, and social union and common citizenship. So I think there's a large amount of work that lies forward in terms of reforming the existing system, because I think without that work, one can't really go forward. And the initial reforms she suggested are very, very doable, but one can do more. One needs to do more. Her findings on however, on that the Malaysian system does not fully meet the objectives should not discourage policymakers, because Malaysian system as exists today already compares favorably to most countries in the world on those three criteria. And if our recommendations are adopted, Malaysia could become a model for others. To give you the example how the Malaysian system, why I'm saying is much better than most countries is, take your example of your next door Indonesia. Indonesia had one of the most transparent and most objective transfer system before 2000. Those were called presidential instruction grants. Those were impress grants. They were formula based, objective, clearly focused on the results based outcomes, and had a major impact in terms of improving service delivery and infrastructure in Indonesia. But in 2000, Malaysia did decentralization reform, which was a welcome step. But in doing so, it threw the baby with the bathwater. It dismantled the impress system and institute brought in a new form of Daerr with a very complex formula, which has a standard of equalization is based on a coefficient, an index of coefficient of variation. That new formula leads to completely unfair allocation system and completely non-transparent system. As a result, the local governments don't even have access to data on what the other municipalities local government receive in terms of the allocation. Each municipality receives only information about its own data. The reason is because if all the data is revealed, it shows how the unfair system is. And they also replace the capital grants, DRK, with again a formula based, completely a very complex formula based grant design, rather than previously it was based on national minimum standards, based on a planning view of the country where the infrastructure deficiencies were there and how to meet them. They replaced with a formula-based grants, which basically gives money like Christmas tree approach to small amounts to everybody, but nobody can execute a feasible project. And another example I give is India. India has an independent grants commission for transfers to the states and local governments. And these states act mainly to the states, but this formula from 1971 to 2011 used 1971 population of state as the basis for distribution among states. So over a 40-year period, they did not get the population of each state. And then from 2011 to 2025 now, they are still using the 2011 population. So I mean, this creates so much injustice and unfairness because of the reason of the economic transformation in the country. And the reason was why they are doing this. The justification was we introduced population planning program in 1971, which stated that the state's population should not increase. But the state population increased not because they did not practice population planning, but because of migration to economic stimuli. Some states did innovative thinking, and as a result, people migrated to those states to find new jobs. So I'm saying that Malaysian system is far more transparent and far more objective than most other developing countries, but it can do certainly better. So I will focus on my remaining time on 2 points. One is the institutional frameworks for transfers. I think in this area, Malaysia has chosen an intergovernmental forum, the National Fiscal Council, as its vehicle for designing transfer. In my view, this is the right choice. My own research finds that this model is superior to alternatives such as the Independent Grant Commission because it allows structured bargaining and peer pressure to produce a genuine political compact. It favors simplicity and reconciles conflicting interests and avoids the grandstanding and blame shifting that often derail reform. Deliberations in these forums should happen in private, but the decision must be made public. An independent grants commission, as used in Australia and India and several other countries, tend towards more complex solutions that are costly for citizens to monitor or to participate in. And in fact, I have looked very closely at both the systems in Australia and India, and I find that although the systems are extremely complex, especially the Australian system, they do not really serve the regional equity objectives fully because of the complexity that is introduced by these formulas that are used. But an intergovernmental forum is as good as the machinery behind it, as Sri Murniati Yusuf notes. It needs a dense network of officials, committees, meetings regularly to prepare its agenda and options. I served on the Canada's technical subcommittee on equalization and social transfers in the 80s and representing the federal government's Ministry of Finance. And we met each quarter with all the provincial counterparts and frequently through online discussions. And the technical committees in Canada basically set the agenda. In Canada, the Parliament enacts the Fiscal Arrangements Acts with a 5-year review and sunset clause for every program, setting broad objectives. So Parliament only sets broad objectives through legislation. Is the federal government who designs the formula and the regulations, and but the actual work on the formula and the regulation is done by the technical committees, intergovernmental technical committees, and they draw upon outside experts when needed, and they present develop options for decision by the finance ministers and first ministers, and Parliament then simply endorses those decisions. So Parliament does not independently, because the parliamentary system, so the Parliament simply rubber stamps what the government recommends to it. And Malaysia would strengthen its own forum by adopting this practice as Sri Yusuf recommends. On grant design, being rule-based, predictable, and transparent, I would add several guiding principles. One is having a singular focus in each grant program. The objective must be clearly specified and design must be consistent with that objective. Multiplicity of objectives and introducing multiple factors in a formula often work at cross purpose. Focus must be on simplicity and transparency so that every citizen should be able to replicate the allocation calculation. And if the grant is an equalization program, the grant formula must determine both the total pool of grant as well as the allocation among states. And state autonomy must be respected, and in terms of the design of the program, and in terms of how the money is to be spent. Conditions, if any, should apply on the outputs, not outcomes. So the accountability should be results-based accountability, not input-based accountability. So there is no need to have kind of federal audits of input controls. And fairness, the design system entitlements should vary directly with fiscal need, but inversely with fiscal capacity. And if there are grants from states to local governments, then one size does not fit all. There should separate grant programs, rural, urban, and small and large. And incentives allocation criteria should provide incentives for fiscal prudence, competitive service delivery, and accountability to citizens. Here, Honorable Deputy Minister's constructive federalism comes to mind, because the focus should be on creating a competitive federalism. Only a competitive federalism would be a constructive federalism, and there should be floor and ceilings to smooth year-to-year fluctuations for every grant programs, and there should be hold harmless and grandfathering provisions to ease transitions. And at 5 years, you have one of the grant program as a 10-year sunset clause. In my view, 10 years is too long a period. One should have a 5-year sunset clause to force periodic review and renewal by the parliament. And the institutional arrangement must foster broad-based consultation to build durable political consensus, because after all, while economic principles are universal, one must adapt these grants to the political circumstances of the country. So the politics must be explicitly taken into account in terms of the grant design. But politics must not later on be used to kind of distort this grant system. So in closing, the reform of this kind is never finished. We will never get it perfectly right, but we must keep trying. Thank you very much.
For the remarks, and I'm glad that you find the paper useful. And I think there's several other things that I'm glad that the suggestion on the National Finance Council is actually in line with Dr. Shah's recommendation. And to be honest, was very happy when I see your paper and said that National Finance Council model, which is intergovernmental forum, which has these deliberations and more hospitable to political discussions, is one of a good model. So let's take time before I give you times to speak. So we're supposed to finish by 10 after 11, but right now it's actually, we have only 20 minutes on that time. I believe we can have until 11:20, since we started 11:30. So let's give the time to the two speakers to speak, maybe a little bit shorter this time because we don't have that much time. I will probably ask one or two questions, and then I will invite, I want to hear more from the audience. Maybe after the two speak, I can just give the audience the chance to ask questions, yeah? So we can have a better discussions here. Trisha or Wajid first? Trisha. Let's do Wajid first, because it's on constitutions, and we talk about it a lot. Wajid, please.
Thank you, Sri Murniati. I think in Sri Murniati's presentation, she asked me to address two specific matters, so I will just go directly to the point. The first question is really, what is the legal implication if the National Finance Council plays a decision-making role instead of a consultative role? I think that is the question. And the second question is, what happens if constitutional provisions or certain formulas are not being implemented from a legal perspective? So back to the first question, Article 109 of the Federal Constitution establishes a National Finance Council. It is composed of the Prime Minister, ministers, and representatives from each state. And it's very explicit under the Constitution that the NFC plays a consultative role. So the federal government, before they make certain decisions on certain fiscal policies, they have a duty to consult the NFC. But the word consult here is pretty telling in the sense that it doesn't mean you need to get the NFC's consent. So if you look at other provisions in the Constitution, when the word consult is used, for example, the Conference of Rulers is consulted on certain matters, but you don't explicitly need their consent. But of course, there are certain other areas which the Council of Rulers will have decision-making authority. So the word consult is very deliberately used in our federal constitution. The second important thing to note is that there are only 3 bodies in the federal constitution which are comprised of federal and state authorities. It is an NFC, it is the National Land Council, and it's the National Council for Local Government. It will be interesting to note that the National Land Council and the National Council for Local Government, they do have a consultative role, but they also have the power to formulate policies, and the federal and state government apparently has to follow those policies. So they have, in the Constitution, they have an explicitly larger role compared to the NFC. So when, as a lawyer, when you read a Constitution, the principles of interpretation will lead to the conclusion that the drafters and the framers of our Constitution envision NFC to have a very different role compared to the National Land Council. So they deliberately have a consultative role only, they don't really have a decision-making role. And we also need to look at Article 109, where it's explicitly provided that Parliament may by law make legislation to grants for the states for specific, as terms or terms and conditions as required. And so when the Constitution already envisions Parliament's role to enact law to grant states grants, then arguably the NFC may not overstep their role. Otherwise, then the Parliament is superfluous at the end of the day. And you may also want to consider the fact that actually for money bills, and I would think that grants to state is a money bill, there are certain privileges in Parliament in the sense that if the Dewan Rakyat has passed a money bill and the Dewan Negara, which is the Senate, does not pass it within 1 month, then you can straight away go for a royal assent. So money bill has priorities compared to other legislations under our constitutional framework. So given that there is a very specific mechanism for money bills, for finance to be for financial related matters to be enacted by Parliament, then that brings the question, what happens if there is a greater tendency for the NFC to enact policies? I think that in your paper you mentioned that ecological fiscal transfers and tourism tax transfers are apparently being decided by the NFC. So that obviously brings legal risks into the picture. Of course, in Malaysia, I would presume that the NFC's decision are not being challenged by the states, presumably because the states are quite contented about it. It's not really contentious yet. But in certain countries, since the EU is sponsoring this forum, for example, in Germany, they have a different framework, but certain states like Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg, so I hope I'm not butchering the name, certain states they are not happy if their allocation is not proportionate to their contribution to the economy. Because in Germany, Bavaria, I would presume, is more economically advanced than other states, and as a result, a lot of the revenue does not go into them at equal share. It goes to the lesser developed states. So they are not happy, and they challenge the matter in the German constitutional courts. So there's a legal risk that if a state in the future are not happy, for example, that EFTs are only given to state A and they feel that they should be entitled to more, they may say that that entire framework is unconstitutional. Of course, the other risk is that Parliament has a more open and consultative and deliberative decision-making process than NFC, which is behind closed doors, a bit more opaque. So we all assume that if matters are being brought to debate, better policies will come out of it. And of course, finally, there will be uncertainty from the state's perspective. Everything is on the whims and fancies of the NFC and the federal government. Something more predictable should be occurring. Now, moving on to the second question, which is what happens if constitutional formulas are not being implemented? And one of the classic examples is Article 112C and 112D, whereby Sabah and Sarawak have special privileges in terms of the fact that 40% of net revenue should go back to those states. And that has not been happening at least since 1974, I believe, which led to a court case recently being commenced, and the Kota Kinabalu High Court made the decision that it's unconstitutional for the federal government not to adhere to 112C, 112D, and they even ordered for the federal and state government to enter into negotiations within 90 days and to come up with some kind of agreement in 180 days. So of course that is being subject to appeal and whatnot, but that is the consequence. If you don't adhere, then there will be a lawsuit. And interestingly, that lawsuit was filed by the Sabah Law Society and not by the Sabah state government. So contrary to the Shakespearean quote that let's kill all the lawyers, actually lawyers are a net benefit to society actually, at least for Sabah. Yeah. So that's the Sabah case. Of course, we also look at East Malaysia. I think Kelantan, maybe 10 years back, filed a court case also because of the 5% petroleum development. Kelantan Petroleum Agreement apparently was not being adhered to, but that was settled. So my point is states will fight back, particularly if the states are not aligned politically with the federal government at the end of the day. And Article 128 of the Federal Constitution does provide a very expedited process in the sense that if there is a dispute between the federal and state, it does not need to originate from the High Court and then the Court of Appeal and then the Federal Court. It can go straight away to the apex court. So there is already an inbuilt expressway dispute resolution process in our Constitution, which is rarely invoked. But that is the consequence if you don't comply. So yeah, I hope I answered those questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
For your information, it's not only annual grant to Sabah and Sarawak, but also on the remember Sabah and Sarawak also has one more income, which is excise and petroleum duties, import duties and excise for petroleum product, which is in 1997 due to the ASEAN Free Trade Agreement is being dropped. But then from I think if you see the paper from 2000, then a flat sum payment again given to these two states. No formula, nothing. So, and of course, export duties for tin, which is we're no longer producing it, tin and other minerals are not being given to other states. So I think it would be good to see, like, so one of the avenues is actually for the state to contest, right? Or lawyers to contest. Let's ask lawyers to contest. So, okay, so let's move on to Trisha, and would love to hear your view on the paper as well as if you have other points.
Thank you so much for inviting me here. Firstly, congratulations to Uni, we call her Uni, on this really excellent paper. I think anyone who works in fiscal matters or specifically federal-state relations, when you read through the paper, you feel a sense of like everything's coming together. And it really does crystallize a lot of confusion. I think there are some people who are from state governments here as well. If we're looking at this research over the last decade or so, there has been a lot of confusion over why is this transfer not stated in Lampiran E? Why is this not here? And how do you document it? So I think the paper does an excellent job in documenting especially the legal sources and also where is it reported and where is it not. So congratulations. Congratulations to ideas. I think as Aira mentioned in the start, this Fiscal Responsibility Summit was something that has been thought of. We had a vision and a dream for it a long time ago, and it's so nice to see it coming to fruition and that people are actually interested in topics that are actually quite nerdy, right? Yeah. So congrats to all of you as well for being in the room. So I have a couple of comments, and then I will also answer the question that you posed to me, which I'll come to later on the later part of my comments. So firstly, I am actually very glad that the Deputy Minister Liew Tong specifically talked about sustainability and climate as part of the federalism debate. And this is because, in my new role, I've been looking at other issues, and I was involved in a book chapter that some of my colleagues who are working on environment are writing. And as I read through every chapter of the book, and these are very specific chapters, you're talking about birds and fish and mangrove and sea and so on, every single one of them, almost every single one of the authors talked about federal-state relations as a problem. And therefore, in my final chapter, which I helped to put together, this federal state issue definitely comes up as well. So even on the EFTs, I think some researchers have already shown that while it's beneficial and it's increased massively up to 250 million ringgit as of now, there are no standard definitions on what a protected area is. So there is still conflict. Despite there being these transfers, for instance, the federal government has tried to put together a master list of protected areas, but then they had to withdraw it because the states actually disagreed on what the definitions are. So you can see these conflicts still taking place. Just some other stats as well, in addition to the wonderful graphs that your paper already has provided. I think it affirms what you showed. So the real per capita grants by by state, there's a great disparity among states. So Perlis obviously is the highest, and that matches your graph, and Selangor is the lowest for certain obvious reasons. Another one which I think is very important to talk about, and this, I suppose reflects what the states have been saying. So the states like Johor, Penang, quite apart from Sabah and Sarawak, have started to claim for returning certain taxes to them, right? And this is because there are only 3 states in Malaysia in which the federal state share of transfers is smaller than the state's share of GDP. So they feel that they're contributing more in terms of GDP to the country than they are receiving. And these 3 states are Malacca, Penang, and Selangor. So it's actually also interesting that you're not hearing more from the state of Malacca, right? So Penang, you hear something. Selangor, you also hear other things. But so Johor isn't. So Johor isn't actually on that list, which is also interesting why they have become very vocal. No, they've claimed it, but in terms of the share, it's still not, their share of GDP is still not higher than the federal state share of transfers. So this is something that we can look at in comparison with the other states. Okay, now one other thing that I have to qualify, this is based on a research done by my undergraduate student. Okay, so it has yet to be peer reviewed, but take with it what you will. It's an excellent piece of research, and this is a student from economics. So in response to your question, right? So Uni, your question to me was, to what extent is politics the main driver of federal-state relations, and is this necessarily a positive or negative force? So let me backtrack a bit. In my own research, and this is done based on interviews that I've done with specific state government officials, and also past chief ministers of state governments. So they will say that yes, while the NFC is a very useful platform, actually there are a lot of discussions that happen behind closed doors outside the NFC, either before the meetings or after the meetings. And how do these conversations sound like? The conversations sound like, oh, okay, earlier on, Prime Minister, you talked about da-da-da-da. Can we also get additional development grants for flood mitigation projects? For example, okay? And these conversations will then determine how the grants are transferred. Oh, one other thing is that development transfers are not included in Uni's paper, so we've talked about this, and this is because development grants are notoriously difficult to track as well. So note that everything in Lampiran E in the federal government budget documents do not include how much the federal government is giving to the state on development expenditure, which is a sizable portion, and that's another area of research that we need to get into. So again, going back to this finding from my student, he has found that state governments aligned with federal government tend to garner 25.2% higher transfers than unaligned state governments. And there seems to be a targeting of states with higher electoral stakes, meaning that the aligned states that are considered swing at a 1% win margin, and I can talk to you about how the methodology is determined, tend to garner 37.2% higher transfers than unaligned non-swing states. And this is across time, so this is across multiple election cycles. So this is to say that the statistics and data seem to point in the direction that confirms what I am anecdotally receiving, which is that as long as a state government is aligned with the federal government, it's very much easier for development grants especially to be given, whereas when you're not aligned with the federal government of the day, it doesn't matter which coalition, right? Because now these things are in flux as well. It is also more difficult to get if you're not aligned because, because of the nature of these discussions that happen or the requests that happen outside of the formal and official platforms. Okay, so coming to the recommendations. So I agree that the National Finance Council is the best platform at the moment because that's what we already have. But I also, I also agree that in the paper you recommended a technical committee that's set up under the National Finance Council. The National Finance Council is comprised of your bigwigs. Essentially, the representatives of states are the chief ministers and your Menteri Besars, right, who attend. They are not going to have the time to do any additional deliberation outside of the NFC platform. So there really needs to be this second layer of a technical committee underneath that meets regularly to deliberate on all the problems and challenges and discuss formula of the transfers that already exist. But I still feel that may not be able to solve everything. So I would like to still, I know that Dr. Anwar Shah has talked about the problems of having grant commissions when the system is not necessarily too complex. And the reason I say that is because the National Finance Council is still a political platform. Why political? It's because they represent the political heads of the state, right? Your chief ministers and your Menteri Besars. Whereas what Australia has in the form of this grant commission is that it's filled with highly technical, technocratic people who have no interest in politics whatsoever. So they are people who are going to be crunching numbers, who are interested in data, and they would be the best people to make decisions on a very apolitical basis. So I'm not sure whether this can feature somehow in Malaysia's system because we are a highly politicized federation. But such a grants commission, I believe, would be useful because it strips away the politics and just looks at data, everything that you've talked about in your paper, the population grants, your economic grants, your equalization grants, and all these things that the politicians may not, be so interested in, but the technocrats will. And you can actually also do things effectively without necessarily having to make so much noise, right? So you make those decisions because the states need them, because the population and the citizens of the states need them. I'll just raise a couple more proposals and then I pass by, I know you're running out of time. Because of this interest, and I circle back to the issue of environment, because actually states have quite a large say over environmental issues. And if you look at things like land, water, forestry, marine conservation, all of these issues, I think it's also fair that we propose a separate federal state environmental council. Because environment, and if Malaysia is truly serious about wanting to pursue, more sustainability, we have all these net zero targets, you're actually forgetting that a large part of this comes under state jurisdiction. And what are the platforms available for the states and federal government to align? There is nothing. So, okay, National Finance Council, you settle fiscal problems. Grants Commission, you settle the grants in an apolitical basis. But I would say a federal state environmental council needs to also be looked at. because, and this is not even, I don't even have the time to talk about rare earth here, but I also wrote another paper recently on rare earth, and that could be a potential like ticking time bomb, because the federal government wants to develop rare earth as an industry, not just upstream, but downstream. And where does the rare earth lie? It lies within states. The data centers as well, yeah, so we don't have time to talk about everything. Deputy Minister Liew Tong earlier talked about using Parliament as a platform. He talked about select committees, and I wish he was here, because we used to have a parliamentary select state committee on state-federal relations, and note that state-federal relations, not federal-state relations. I like that we emphasize state first. And I think that that kind of select committee needs to be restored. So any future, so that select committee was disbanded after the PH government fell. So it's not part of the current 10. So restoring that, I think, is essential, because apart from financial issues, there are a lot of other things, disputes over land, disputes over, again, river quality, disputes over factories and the waste that comes from the factories, because that overlaps with MITI, because MITI gives those licenses. And last but not least, we had a bit of a discussion earlier before we started, and someone mentioned, Yasuhiko actually, who's also here from the Asia Foundation, that some countries are recommending performance-based grants. So the federal government could consider giving performance-based grants to the states. So there's an additional way of getting more funds, quite apart from other things like states being able to collect their own consumption tax, states being able to have their own fundraising flexibilities, which currently require the federal government's approval. All these things can be discussed. Whether or not Treasury will make that bold and courageous move to allow these avenues. And I know this is a little bit out of bounds because your paper is just talking about transfers, but I'm also thinking beyond, like what can states actually get to reduce their reliability on natural resources as a source of revenue. Thank you.
That's next paper, Trisha. Hopefully.
Next paper. Several papers to come.
Several papers to come. I want to ask a question, but I think we only have 15 minutes left. And I think I really want to engage the audience, ask them to ask questions. Please, you can go to any of the microphone there and ask your questions. No questions?
I have a comment.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm always happy to ask a question,
Okay.
warm up the voice for the next panel. Thank you everyone for your observations so far. Actually, the question I want to ask comes from our last event that on the panel Uni and I were on, and it sort of came up, but we didn't have the time to address. So there we had YB Gui from Penang sort of advancing a very different argument, as Tricia, you've mentioned here, on what he believed fairness was, which is more an incentives-based system, as you say. So it's like, okay, we're raising more of the revenue, our economy's going well, we should get more back. Whereas the argument in the broader debate was around equalization. So it's more, okay, the poorer states get more, a higher share of transfers. How do we reconcile the two together? How do you, what are your views on, in a technical or sort of operational sense, of having transfers that are both incentives-based and fairer?
That's excellent questions, and I think, yeah. I want to collect one or two more, if there are. Okay, Dr. Yasuhiko, please.
So, good morning. I'm Yasuhiko Matsuda from the Asia Foundation, formerly with the World Bank. So, Anwar, I don't know if you see me, but good to see you on the screen. So, the question of about some states, now claiming for more of the resources is an important one, because unless the political pressure comes from the state side, you're not going to see more decentralization in a constructive or, in any form of way. But a typical incentive also is that the states or subnational governments want more resources, but not necessarily more responsibilities. And these things obviously need to go together. And I don't have the full understanding of your constitution, but I understand you have a long list of concurrent responsibilities, which is a murky territory, where each side can be passing buck to each other. So, how from a political economy kind of perspective, how do you get around that potentially unconstructive dynamic, where some states are just asking for more, but not necessarily willing to take on the responsibilities? And maybe it's taking up the environment, as Trisha mentioned, is a good place to start because the stake is high and the states are already doing a lot of things related to the environment. But concretely, practically, how that would look is a question to me.
Thank you. I think two excellent questions. I think maybe, Vijit, if you want to start with Dr. Yasir, I think that's really constitutional questions, right? But Dr. Anwar, do you want to respond? Is he still online?
Yes.
Okay. I think the question now, I mean, we cannot avoid the questions on design. Yes, so I think question from Stuart, whether we have to prioritize equalization or do we have to, prioritize performance when giving transfer to the state?
I think the Deputy Minister partially answered this question because he argued that to balance the Malaysian federalism and to make it a more competitive federalism, we need to rethink about the reassignment of responsibilities. So actually reassignments of taxing and expenditure responsibilities is a more fundamental question. So transfers comes at the second stage. So I think both the questions that states should be basically able to have the opportunity to have tax-based sharing with the federal government on more productive taxes like the personal income tax and corporate income tax and any sales, value-added tax, etc. And so that they can raise more of the revenues themselves. You could still have federal tax administration and the federal government reduces its own tax rates and that tax room is occupied by the state governments and federal government simply and states levy the supplementary rates and federal government simply collects that revenues on behalf of states with no fees attached to it. So as is done in Canada, with the provincial with the agreement of the provinces, these are called in Canada tax collection agreements, and so you basically separate these two questions. You don't then need to have incentive grants which funnel back the revenues collected by states. Instead, the states themselves determine how much they want to collect the revenues themselves. And the equalization is a different question. Equalization is creating that all citizens are treated equally by the fiscal system regardless of their place of residence. So you have reasonably comparable levels of taxation, public services at reasonably comparable levels of tax burdens across the country. So that basically is completely a separate question, and that in a federal system, that actually often is a glue that keeps a federation together, that keeps basically the unity of the federation intact by keeping the dissatisfied, keeping citizens more satisfied with the federal system than being dissatisfied that it's better for them to separate than to be part of the same union. So to me, these are two separate questions, and the first question is better addressed through reassignment of responsibilities, and the second question through more a formal fiscal equalization system. More objective fiscal equalization determines both the pool of the formula should determine both the pool and as well as the allocation among states. And here I come back to Tricia's advocacy of the Independent Grants Commission, because I have been closely involved in discussions in Australia, both with the Commonwealth Grants Commission as well with the Hearts Forum. Hearts Forum is the kind of intergovernmental forum, heads of the Australian treasuries and forum, which basically is a kind of decision, a consultative body of the federal government and the states. Ultimately, decisions in Australia rests with the cabinet. At the Hearts Forum, I participated in the deliberations, and there is a great deal of dissatisfaction with the existing system of existing recommendations of the Commonwealth Grants Commission, and especially Victoria, state of Victoria and Queensland basically wanted to dismantle the existing system, whereas the Western Ontario and Northwest Territories wanted to maintain, and the Tasmania want to maintain the existing system. So there's complete kind of disunity in terms of whether the current system is serving their purpose. In fact, there was more recently, the Productivity Commission was given this mandate to simplify the system because of this disunity of the system. And I have written a paper. Actually, I basically in 2017, I basically represent the what you call Queensland asked me to do the New South Wales, state of New South Wales asked me to do their position on the Commonwealth grant system. So I presented a brief to the which is available on the Productivity Commission website, my brief, and it basically lays out what is the problem of the existing transfer system. And in fact, I made this presentation to the Commonwealth Grants Commission. And in fact, I asked them very particular questions. I presented them their calculations of the grants for education. And I showed them how the various weights they use and how the average relativity was calculated. And it turns out that if you follow their calculations, the grants entitlement they get is not consistent with their those formula. Why they are not consistent? Because they basically, the Commonwealth Grants Commission goes to all the states with their recommendation, make these presentations in open forums, and each states then comes up with the new factors that should be taken into consideration. So as a result, the formula gets complicated, and ultimately the formula, even the entitlements, gets tinkered with. So it's not really what you think is as objective as the expert view. In fact, I would think the experts have an incentive to make the system as complex as possible, because this is the way they sell their expertise. So it's better to have an intergovernmental forum where politicians can understand, like in Canada. In Canada has the most simplest system, are the Nordic countries. Take example of Denmark, Norway, and Finland. They have very simple systems and very transparent systems. And so I think to me it's important to keep it simple as possible, so that any citizens can make the calculations. You cannot do for the Australian system. If I were to make the calculation based on the methodology used by Australian Grants Commission, I would actually get a very different results than the actual entitlements the Australian Grants Commission presents. And this I confronted the Australian Grants Commission on these questions. And they have 5,000 pages of one year's calculations. And question is, who has the time? Only I have the time to go through their calculations.
Thank you. Yes.
And then once you see their calculation, you find out they are problematic.
Okay. So I think, yeah, there will be more discussions on whether to strip politics completely from this, or is it still very useful. Wajid, I think it would be very interesting if we are to amend this list. How are we going to do about it? We're talking about constructive responsibility, a constructive federalism with shared responsibility.
Yeah.
The first thing is to amend the 10-9 schedule. And if we are to do that, how does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, the direct answer is that you need a two-thirds majority in parliament, which I don't think is impossible nowadays because of, it used to be, nowadays, I suppose the political climate is that political parties, I envision, rotate in and out of the federal government quite regularly. We are moving away from a single party system to a multi-party system. So I think everyone would want what is best in the interest of the federation. They could be part of the federal government in a few election cycles to come. So I think that what the deputy minister is going is in the right direction. I think that there has to be a little bit more devolution to the states in terms of their responsibilities. I don't know how you're going to go about it or what is the most productive way. Back to I think there was a question on equalization versus should we reward equalization or should we prioritize equalization or productivity, for example. But I think in most constitutions in the world, like that I have studied, like in Germany and Canada, they always entrench the equalization principle in their constitution. In other words, they would want they will want lesser developed states to enjoy similar level of public services or similar level of economic benefits. And that invariably is going to make certain more developed states unhappy. But that is, as what Dr. Anwar is saying, that is the glue that holds the unity of the federation together. But at the same time, I don't think political parties are short-sighted to, proverbially kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. I don't think, in Malaysia in particular, I don't think it would be fruitful to marginalize certain states just because you're not politically aligned, and those states happen to be developed states like Penang or Selangor, for example. So I think Malaysia's trajectory, I hope we are going into a more positive working relationship among the parties, and there's no marginalization or discrimination to certain states in the future. Yeah.
Very quick, right? Yeah. Can I? Okay. All right, thank you. So I think both can coexist. So the equalization grants should always be there. But the performance-based ones can be very specific to what you think is important, because that's quite general, right? Incentive-based, performance-based. So what does the government think it needs to emphasize? And actually, there is a mechanism that already exists. So there is an act called the Government Service Efficiency Act, which is the Iltizam Act from 2025 that went into force in December last year, which is very unique, a little bit of an obscure act, but it allows the KSN, the Chief Secretary of the Government, to decide on what sorts of agencies are performing well, and it allows for performance-based grants to be given to state government agencies, which is very unusual. It's a federal government, Chief Secretary making a decision over performance at the state level. And I'm not sure why they included that. I think it's because, maybe they wanted to have some flexibility. So that's already there. Maybe it's a mechanism that we can talk about. I appreciate the feedback from Dr. Anwar on his own experience in the Grants Commission. Dr. Anwar, we've actually met in the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in 2017, I believe, and I was still doing my PhD. I think the reason why we in Malaysia are so sensitive to the politicians' involvement is simply because you actually see very, very direct examples of states being deprived of grants when it goes into opposition hands. So, but I can see why you don't want to overcomplicate it either. I think there has to be a healthy balance, but it's a point noted that ultimately the politicians are still going to be making decisions on behalf of their states, right? So balancing between the political and the technocratic is something that we need to decide for the future. Thank you.
And on the last note, I really want to give each speaker a short time to wrap up, but I think we don't have time anymore. The timekeeper has given me another warning. But just a bit, actually we do have...
One point on the performance grant.
Okay.
The performance grant, I think, in my view, has an important role in setting national minimum standard for merit public services like education, health, and infrastructure deficiencies, and so on. And their focus should be on output-based accountability, not input-based controls. And I think here, actually, if one looks at who invented the output-based accountability, it was Malaysia in 1953 that introduced the output-based budgeting, but abandoned it later on. But the rest of the world has caught up with the concept in terms of the results-based accountability since then. Okay. And I think for transfers, especially for where you want to preserve state and local autonomy, but at the same time serve national objectives in terms of the national minimum standards, output-based grants are the tools that needs to be looked at.
Actually, EFT, a sort of a performance-based grants, because it's actually given to those who have the protected area recorded, and then if they implemented certain measures for environmental protection. So we have that. And then revenue growth grant, in a way, a combination between performance and also equalization, because it has three elements, which is quite interesting. And it has ceilings. So we have a good example of a good grant, but the rest are problematic. I really want to have a longer discussion, and I think we should keep the conversation going, because this is going to be the next reform agenda. I think should be the next reform agenda in Malaysia. If we can start with a small thing like the Fiscal Federal Committee in Parliament to have this discussion going. Of course, I don't know, in the next 10 years there will be a constitutional amendment on the list. That would be great, but I think this is the start and we should continue conversing on this. So thank you so much for staying with us, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sri Murniati. A round of applause to our panelists for a very insightful discussion this morning. Please remain on stage for a quick photo session before we proceed to our next session. Dr. Anwar, we are having a photo session. We have you on screen. So if you can look up to the camera and smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, we will proceed with the next session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stuart Nixon, Tan Sri Dr. Rebecca Starr-Maria, Desigan Shanmugam, and Dr. Luke Hong to the stage. Now, before I pass the mic to Dr. Stuart, allow me to briefly introduce our panelists. Desigan Shanmugam is an economist with a strong track record in public policy formulation. He is currently with the World Bank, where he leads flagship publications such as the Malaysia Economic Monitor and drives analytical work on subnational growth and fiscal sustainability.
Tan Sri Dr. Rebecca Fatima Star Maria was appointed as the chairman of IDEA's Board of Directors from 16 November 2017. Tan Sri Rebecca was Secretary General of the Malaysian Ministry of International Trade and Industry from 2010 to 2016. On the regional front, Tan Sri Rebecca is a leading voice in ASEAN. She chaired the ASEAN Senior Economic Officials meetings as well as the ASEAN High-Level Task Force for Economic Integration. Today, she continues as a leader, especially on issues around ASEAN economic integration in her capacity as a Senior Policy Fellow for the Jakarta-based Economy Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Tan Sri Rebecca also serves on the board of RHB Bank, Hartalaga Holdings Berhad, Large Malaysia Berhad, EcoWorld International Berhad, Sunway Construction Berhad, and My Kasih.
Dr. Luke Hong is Group Head and Lead Economist at AMRO, ASEAN +3 Macroeconomic Research Office, where he oversees the Fiscal Surveillance Group's team of economists in conducting fiscal sector surveillance of member economies. His responsibilities include developing AMRO's fiscal surveillance frameworks, providing technical assistance, and supporting country and regional surveillance teams in fiscal surveillance activities. Dr. Hong's expertise spans fiscal policy, public financial management, macro-fiscal analysis, and regional economies. As a recognized fiscal sector expert, he has participated in numerous public policy consultations and led research projects on key fiscal issues across the region. Dr. Stewart, over to you.
Thank you, Jazreen. And actually, it's perhaps we got a metaphor here for our panel. Obviously, thank you everyone for your patience today. We've had a few sort of changes to the schedule. We've had a few microphone issues, and now we're missing a panelist. So, but what we're actually here to do for this panel today is really emblematic of that. It's fiscal policy is not something you can basically, you don't always get to do what you want in fiscal policy. You can do your best to manage things both within and outside of your control, and we'll try to do that as best we can emblematically today. So the previous session, as you heard, was about governance, and that's certainly a key focus of what IDEAS does in the sort of fiscal space. But we also have economists. We also have a deep interest in Malaysia's competitive economy. So we wanted to also make sure this summit addressed those issues. And obviously there's a lot going on in the world at the moment, and I think that's where we want to come to. So by way of a little bit of introduction, the world is in a place where I think debt and fiscal deficits have never been higher globally. At the same time, expenditure needs and demands are also the highest they've ever been, particularly as there has been this sort of series of shocks that have gone on from at least sort of 2018, or if you want to go further back, both the Asian financial crisis and the global financial crisis left sort of long shadows of 5 or 6 years before stock markets and budgets and things even got close to sort of repairing. And I'm sure the panelists today can chip in on that and tell me they still haven't recovered from that. And at the same time as well, with the debt overhang and the rises in the rising shocks, is that we've also got borrowing costs for governments that are going up. Bond yields are rising quite sharply as well. So it's this sort of triumvirate of issues. You've got high debt, you've got high expenditure needs, but governments don't have, they're facing higher costs to borrow. In that context as well, shocks are coming one after another. Governments, fiscal policy makers are really struggling to keep up. In the Malaysian context, you've also got to add in the fact that fiscal margins are razor thin, and I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about that. So that's creating some of these issues for sustainability. And as YB Tong mentioned this morning, it's not just about sort of the geoeconomic, geopolitical shocks that we will talk about here, but it's also about population aging and climate change that are creating additional demands on public expenditure. So fiscal policy in this context it's a critical lever. It's not just a thing that rolls around once a year when the budget comes out in October. It's central to raising productivity, charting sustainable and inclusive growth, and building government, industry and household resilience against shocks. So what I might do as we pivot to a Daisy Gun-free panel, I'll try my best to ad-lib a bit of a background in terms of Malaysia's fiscal sustainability and its vulnerabilities, because the plan for our first round is to set that scene on what the challenges and context are. So in terms of Malaysia, it would not be a surprise to anybody here that it's long faced some challenges in terms of raising revenue. A headline sort of figure, the tax as a percentage of GDP in Malaysia is, I think it's tracking around 12.5% or something like that. I was looking this up before, and quite interestingly, circa Asian financial crisis in about 1997, the rate with the tax as a share of GDP for the EU and Malaysia was actually quite similar, at least according to World Bank data. And since then, they've trended in very different directions. The EU obviously has a much higher share of tax to GDP now than Malaysia, where it's sort of trended downwards. At the same time, as YB sort of touched on, Malaysia, yes, it's still a young population, but it's aging. And as now an upper middle income, it's always sort of approaching high income forever, as I call it, country. I think since I raised this at our liberalism conference last year, that if you actually dive into the numbers, Malaysia is no closer to high income than it was 10 years ago, but don't, let anyone tell you otherwise. But it's, as an aspirational high income country, its needs are growing, as in it's long had sort of deplorably low levels of social protection, social welfare expenditure. There's lots of debates at the moment about health expenditure, just maintaining the current level of health services amid this aging population, but also opportunities to have higher cost therapies and not being able to afford those. There's interesting education challenges. We're in a world of technology and things are shifting, and Malaysia's done a very good job historically of having strong sort of primary and secondary education, but then how does it take that next step into the skills space? So we've got all of those things going on, and now we have this context with one conflict after another, and of course the contemporary one of the Strait of Hormuz, the US-Israel war with Iran, and that context is shining the light on sustainability and fossil fuels. So one thing we've put out in our, I think it was a little note that myself and the Zero, who I saw here earlier, did last year was when we were analysing Budget 2026 was two things that people are probably not so familiar with. One is that, yes, Malaysia has been doing a better job of reducing its dependency on fossil fuels, or its budget, its fiscal dependency on fossil fuels. It has been coming down, but it's still something like 20 times as large as the amount that we can ascertain goes to climate or clean energy, at least based on the NRES budget. Though, as Uni and others who are much more familiar with going into the depths of the budget would attest to, it is actually quite hard to determine exactly how much is spent on clean energy. And the other thing we kind of pointed out was that the buoyancy, we call it tax buoyancy, so how tax revenue tracks relative to GDP in this context. So the whole idea, what was it, 10 years ago or so, behind the GST, the failed GST, obviously, was to start moving Malaysia away from a fossil fuel dependent tax system to one in which, consumption taxes and others were contributing. And obviously that hasn't happened. Most years, apart from those in which there's a big windfall from fossil fuels, revenue growth is trailing GDP growth. So I'd sort of put that as a broad sort of background. Hope that made some coherent sense as I want to sort of then transition to our discussion today. So we actually, one other thing that I believe Daesagan in our sort of prep for this was keen to sort of highlight as well is that I mentioned up front the very low levels of tax to GDP and revenue to GDP here in Malaysia. The consequence of that is there's always this discussion about sort of a big or small government, right? You can either have a system in which you have high revenue, high expenditure, low revenue, low expenditure, and bringing the conversation together, it's saying, well, there is a fundamental choice here. Now, politically, it is very difficult to raise taxes in Malaysia, that's very clear. But the consequences are felt by everyone through lesser health, less quality health services, less investment in education, congested roads, and you know, poor performing airports and things like that. So I'll leave that there and be able to turn to the actual panelists that we have here who are much more expert than me in some of these things. So first I'll turn to Liew because hopefully that's given you a bit of background on Malaysia. And I know you're not coming here as a Malaysia specialist, you're here as a regional specialist from AMRO. So you've been recently published a couple of fiscal reports which do the sort of scene setting on the region. So as sort of the regional fiscal specialist, take us through some of what's going on, as in it's obviously a bit more complicating world for policymakers at the moment. What are you seeing? If you do have some specific reflections on Malaysia, that'd be great as well. But how does Malaysia fit in the regional context? Is it more secure, less secure?
Thank you, Stuart, for the question. And also, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting AMNO to this interesting and then important event. My response will be based on two recent publications. My team is working on the fiscal surveillance of ASEAN Plus 3 member economies, 14 economies. And then in the middle of April, we published the ASEAN Plus 3 fiscal policy report, which is just a reflection of the fiscal development in 2025, and then try to review the budget in 2026, as well as our policy view based on the development as well as the budget. And then last week, in the beginning of last week, we published something called the ASEAN Plus 3 Quarterly Fiscal Bulletin, which is a little bit more frequent update, which actually have some contents related to your last comments about the recent developments about response to oil shocks and so on. So let me start with the 2025, the fiscal developments. Fiscal stance of our member economies in last year can be best described as proactive use of fiscal policy, and I'd like to highlight the last part again, which means that since the pandemic, fiscal policy as well as the macro policy framework as well tend to show great addiction to the active use of fiscal policy, which resulted in substantial increase in the debt to GDP ratio, as well as the deterioration of fiscal position in general. So if we look at the debt to GDP rate, first of all, the fiscal position in 2025, the realization shows that only 4 member economies were able to improve fiscal position compared to the average of the pre-pandemic averages. And unfortunately, Malaysia is not part of that. Still, the Malaysia's the revenue to GDP ratio as well as the expenditure to GDP ratio is not up to the level of pre-pandemic averages. In terms of debt to GDP ratio, it's one of the key parameters. In case of Malaysia, at the end of 2025, debt to GDP ratio was 65.3, if I remember correctly. And then it's about 13 percentage point higher than pre-pandemic period, substantially higher. And it is actually there are only 4 economies ahead of Malaysia among 14 economies that has higher debt to GDP ratio. Of course, Japan, Singapore, the situations are quite different, but Laos, Laos, China, and then Malaysia. The good part is that in the medium term, our AMNO project, the debt to GDP ratio gradually decline in the medium term. And then that's something that we see in most of the member economies. So those are numbers. Exactly what happened is that the substantial active use of fiscal policy, especially in 2025, there is a clear reason that the tariff shock was one of the things that led to substantial increase in the fiscal response to support the domestic demand, as well as the cost of living pressure that the government need to handle. This year again, we see that the oil price shock is something that was not expected at the time of the 2026 budget was drafted. Therefore, it led to another round of the policy responses. The good part is that according to the quarterly fiscal bulletin that we have, we are still at the end of second quarter. Therefore, the only available number is up to first quarter. At least up to the first quarter, many member economies were able to boost the revenue collection, almost double digit. In case of Malaysia, over 11% increase year on year, first quarter revenue, the collection. So it shows that it reflects that the 2025 economic performance was not as bad as we originally expected, partly due to the TACO movement by United States. But anyway, that was something that happened. And then we are expecting that the actual cost of the higher oil price, the policy response to the higher oil price will show up in the second quarter number and so on. So we actually collected the policy measures of member economies that are introduced since the oil shock. And then we were able to count almost 60 the measures, both price measures as well as the regulatory measures to control the demand. And at the same time, the price measures are something that is most costly in terms of the subsidy scheme, implicit and explicit, as well as some other measures. The bigger cost is observed in the country where they maintain the existing the subsidy system, like Malaysia and Indonesia, which have less control over the size of the cost increase, which is linked to the global oil price. Fortunately, global oil price has subsided quite substantially, but it is a little bit hard to manage the size of fiscal impact, especially on those countries. The good part is that this one is, as long as this one is temporary, we believe that at the end of the year, the higher oil price will come in as a revenue surprises. Therefore, it will cancel out somehow. So the net impact will be smaller. And then even those countries who cut the excise tax on the fuel to limit the higher oil price path through the domestic inflation, they were also able to collect actually more the VAT tax and the consumption tax on oil. So therefore, unlike the large concern over ballooning the expenditure, if we were able to finance this temporary spike in the expenditure, then it can be, at the end of the year, it can be a little bit more manageable. The bigger problem is that the structural imbalances that is created due to some of the institutional features. As Stuart mentioned, I think the Malaysia government's approach to depend less on the oil related revenue, for example, like a dividend from Petronas, is a right move, but it creates the structural imbalance between the exposure of the revenue side and the expenditure side. Therefore, especially if there is no cap on the exposure of the risk, that creates the substantial concern, especially because if the price movement is way beyond the normal band, it may create the other factors in the it creates the changes in the policy environment. For example, like a policy implication creates the nonlinear impact on the cost side as well as the people's behavior of that one as well. So overall, what I'd like to highlight is that it is worrisome, but if that doesn't cause any substantial the problem in terms of financing of those things, then it may not cause any big trouble at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. It's, I mean, in all of the technical wizardry, I think of your comments as well, it just shows the challenges that policymakers face. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of expertise as well that goes into understanding how these shocks transmit. It's not simple. I took away as well the fact that it's like, well, you can have, there might be, you can have the subsidy side on the tax, but on petrol directly, for example, but then you actually have consumption tax collections that are offsetting it, and people may not be quite aware of that. Tan Sri, I'd like to turn to you now, of course. I think we want to understand a bit more of the environment around us. You're, and have for a long time been in these environments, talking with and as a former policymaker and in regional settings as well as part of APEC Secretariat. And yeah, well, you were following along last year as I and others were of the Trump tariffs. It's so soon we forget. It's like, okay, we've got an Iran crisis now, but by the way, it's probably actually the point where the Trump tariffs are having their greatest impacts. Yet I don't often hear people say that the inflationary effect that we might be seeing now could actually be attributed to tariffs previously. But yeah, tell us a bit about your experiences in the last year or so navigating the geoeconomic, geopolitical context and how fiscal policies feeding in that, particularly Malaysia's role, I guess, as ASEAN chair last year. And it was actually interesting. Tong didn't mention his role last year. I'm sure you'll touch on that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you for staying. Let me just, before I get into some of the details, I also want to just take off from where Tong talked about. I think some of the points he made deserve further deliberation. One on the, he talked of institutional guardrails. He referred to some amendments to the Constitution. He talked of the Parliamentary Select Committee. He talked about fiscal responsibilities and shared responsibilities. And interestingly, also, he talked about the Government Procurement Act. I think all these really are important and deserve more consideration because, you know, you have your plans, you have your fiscal, your Fiscal Responsibility Act, but at the bottom of it all is governance. And I was surprised how Tong didn't talk about governance. If you're looking at the Fiscal Responsibility Act, you're talking about shared responsibility with the states, you're talking about the Government Procurement Act. At the end of the day, it all boils down to governance and integrity. And when you're talking of how we share responsibility, how grants are accorded, how expenditure is shared across, and how do we accord, how do we allocate grants to the states, I think you have to tie it also back to governance and integrity. I'm going to skip your question and go straight to this because I think it's important. What is not often enough discussed when we talk of government financing, government allocation of resources, we don't discuss enough the Auditor General's report. I think we need to go back to that. Yes, you can allocate all the funds you want to the states, but how is it spent? I mean, you talk about performance, fine. But at the end of the day, how do you address the leakages, right? You've got this Government Procurement Act. How much of that is being translated on the ground when expenditure is used? If you're talking about outcomes, I mean, Professor Anwar talked about outcomes. The outcomes really, at the end of the day, ties back to the management of those funds. It is not about allocation of funds, but it's about the usage of those funds. How are those funds really put in use at the state level? So for me, yes, you can have all these performance-based but how do you monitor the actual usage of these funds down the line to ensure that folks benefit from this? So that's one area. I thought we deserve better. When you talk about transparency, clearly that's one place we must go. Transparency, predictability. Why is it that some states are more successful than others? I think it goes back to governance and integrity. So that's one set of discussions that we must spend more time on. And then when he talked of institutions and institutional building, institutional guardrails, well and good, but you have to ensure it is institutionalized. I like Trisha's point about the state federal parliamentary committee. If that's not institutionalized, change in government, that will disappear, as we have seen. So you can have all the parliamentary select committees you want. If you don't find a way of institutionalizing this, then the next change in government, this will disappear as well. So for me, if you don't take action, you're not careful about making sure it is a structure and it's part of the system, the more things change, the more they will stay the same, or the more they will go backwards. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, that kind of thing. The third point, lessons learned. We have gone through crisis after crisis, and have we adjusted our fiscal policies to ensure that we manage those crises? 1. 2, in drawing up our fiscal policies and plans, have we also looked at possibilities, scenarios? We didn't expect, the black swan in the shape of the Iran crisis, for example, the energy crisis, which can translate into a food crisis going forward. But so in fiscal, those are things I'd like to see answered. In fiscal planning, I hope the folks from Foreign Finance Ministry, in planning your allocation of resources, in planning the fiscal policies, are there scenarios that have been taken into account to deal with possibilities? If they don't, it's good. If your black swans that you anticipate didn't happen, well and good, but what if? So the what if, I'd like to see also those things reflected in our policy planning. Then Chin Tong also talked about strengthening engagement. He talked of engagement, but in consultation, I think the word consultation was used. But for me, again, this is a group that comprises like-minded folks, all right? So most probably, highly likely, track 1 is missing. Track 2 is here. So I really think that in the policy formulations, in discussions towards better policy, that engagement, that consultation, not just with civil society, but track 2, because I would like to believe that track 2 brings the voice of your final beneficiaries of all government policy, i.e. your citizens. You cannot have big town halls to get feedback, but engaging credible track 2, I think, is so important in this area. So those are the things I think not enough is being done. If you want to have good policy, you need to have better consultations. Then he talked also about using, he called regional activism, he used, I didn't understand that phrase, and then he linked it to the Johor Singapore SEZ, and he talked about BIM Niaga. BIM Niaga is an interesting ASEAN entity formed years ago, part of the growth triangles. You have BIM Niaga, you have the IMTGT, which is Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and then you have BIM. They have summits there is engagement among the leaders. They have the BIM Niaga Summit, MTGT Summit, but it is given very, very low priority in the scheme of things. It is not, I've been in some of these discussions, there's not enough substance in it. So if you want to look at possibilities of deepening regional integration and having better governance around those areas, there's not enough engagement and discussions in there. There's a lot of political discussions, not enough economic discussions in those areas. So coming back to the topic of the day, I'm sorry I've gone everywhere, because I think Tong made a number of good points that we need to build on, and it's linked to, at the end of the day, fiscal responsibility, fiscal governance, which there's not enough discussions on those things, especially at the state level. Again, I want to go back to the Auditor General's report and see that that's where we're having issues. Yes, maybe allocation, that gets a lot of airtime, but the leakages, the monitoring of those funds, I think that gets less airtime, and that's where we should go more. Sorry about that, I've gone everywhere.
No, not at all. I'm nothing if not adaptable, as we're hopefully proving live right here. One thing I do want to draw upon and sort of bring it back, because YB Chintong in his... sorry, you want to jump in, Luke? Sure.
I'd like to add one thing. I think she mentioned very important aspect, which is also in line with some of the policy messages that our report would like to mention. This year's key theme is strengthening the fiscal management, which is closely related to strengthening the institutional aspect. I'd like to highlight two things. The first one is related to the short-term policy responses. As you have seen, since the pandemic, the government has been very busy with the short-term shock responses. And then it turned out to be they tend to move in a very ad hoc way rather than more pre-thought, very well-organized way. So the key thing that you'd like to highlight is that the government need to do this scenario, prepare the scenario in advance. So I understand most fiscal authorities carefully follow up the potential shock sources. So that's one of their jobs. Because one of the key policy priority, key mandate of the fiscal policy is the stabilization. So if there is a shock, they need to respond. So they need to follow up the key sources of the shock, and then they need to prepare proactively the shock scenarios, and then what kind of policy measures need to be associated with that one. And then that one need to be effectively prepared, that one, they need to consult with the line ministries and then key stakeholders who are critically related to those potential measures that need to be taken in advance, so that once shock is there, then they know what kind of steps they need to take, and then all players already know what kind of thing that they need to do, so that creates some of the agility and then flexibility in the fiscal policy. As we know, some of the key characteristics, the main characteristic of fiscal policy is a little bit more rigidity, due to most of the things are done through the budget in advance. But this kind of preparation will create the room to improve the shock responses. And then the other part is about the performance thing. Due to the limited resource mobilization capacity, it is increasingly important to improve the spending efficiency going forward. Therefore, this how to implant the performance concept into the whole budgetary cycle become very important. And then I understand that in case of Malaysia, this auditor's report is very comprehensive, but at the same time, it is less reflected in the decision making afterwards. So it needs to be strengthened. I mean, it should be emphasized and then share that importance all across the board across the government officials to instill the idea of the performance concept over the whole budgetary cycle. So that becomes another important part I would like to highlight.
If I just add on to this, if going back to the Auditor General's report, and you're looking at how funds are spent. Last year, in the latest report, there was they audited the total audit was 49 billion in spending. That was audited, it's not the projects, total projects. It does not reflect losses, but 49 billion was the total projects that was audited. And what she found was, you know, it's no-brainer kind of findings, procurement weaknesses. So you had bypassing of tenders, for example, contract splitting. So that goes back to the Government Procurement Act again. You know, how is that implemented? How is that monitored? Oversight failures, of course, leakages, subsidy leakages. So these, for me, you have unnecessary exposure, you have erosion of public trust, and you really need to look at reform. And when you're looking at how funds are spent and you're looking at performance, for example, performance-based allocation, I think you got to have some kind of matrix to monitor this. It's all well and good to say it should be performance-based, but what basis? What are you looking at? How are you measuring performance-based? Productivity, what's generated in the state from the funds given, a competitiveness of the states. Are we talking of the ease of doing business? I think one of the points Tricia made was this KSN, the Chief Secretary pushing for, I can't remember what he said. That actually is directly linked to the ease of doing business, facilitating business. And you know, when you're talking of facilitating business, it is not so much at the federal level, but at the state level. A lot of things happen. Businesses' licenses are granted at the state level, at the local level. And therefore, a lot of the work that you're doing to ensure the ease of doing business happens at the local level. And that's why it's so important to have that kind of oversight of you know, the work that's policymakers are doing at the state level. So again, performance measures at the state level is as important, if not more important, than at the federal level. So the other thing that is also important at the state level, we're talking about revenue, there's the level of informality. So dealing with or managing the informal sector, making the formal sector so attractive that you reduce the temptation to stay informal. You know, with formality comes revenue collection, you know, enhanced productivity, safety nets for your population. As long as they stay in the informal sector, you get this vulnerability, and they stay vulnerable. And who are the ones, for me, very personally, the vulnerable population, women, small and medium enterprises, you know, the minority groups, those get affected if nothing is done to make sure that we move folks from the informal sector to the formal sector. So those, I think, get less. Again, these are issues that get less airtime. Perhaps another area of research. Sorry, Will. But it's really looking at these. These are questions. Why do people want to stay in the informal sector? I know there's some work done on the gig economy, for example. There's some, you know, increase in SOCSO facilities for those in the gig economy. But, you know, it's piecemeal. We need to have it more holistic. So that's the other, when you're talking about a lot of the discussions, whether at the ASEAN level or even at the federal level, is siloed. Much of these discussions happen at the Ministry of Finance. And in ASEAN, discussions like this happen at the Ministers of Finance track and not at the Economic Ministers track. Forget the inclusion of this discussion in the Foreign Ministers track. You know, so you need to have folks understand and appreciate that the implementation of fiscal policy or drawing out fiscal policy is not a financial minister's track alone. You know, so geoeconomics, geopolitics involves all the different sectors. in ASEAN, for example, we have the 3 pillars, and that's one of the biggest problems for ASEAN, the 3 pillars existing as pillars. And, so last year, Malaysia was successful in getting, at least because we were talking about geoeconomics, that we managed to get the foreign ministers and the economic ministers to sit together and discuss the whole Trump, the disruption that was being caused by some of the policies that were coming out of the United States. So those are the kinds of things. But we also need to engage the other pillar in ASEAN, when we talk about ASEAN, the social cultural pillar, because all your discussions on sustainability, on equality, on all the social discussions, socio-economic discussions are taking place in that pillar and not really having them flow through to the other 2 pillars. So even at government level, these are things that we need to be talking about. Do not have discussions and engagements in silos. We need to make sure that as you're talking about fiscal policy, that you engage with the civil societies that involve in human rights, for example. So it's that sort of engagement that I think, and consultation that I think is so important for governments. And that was what I found missing in Chin Tong thing about engaging with Track 2, because so I keep repeating, I'm sorry, because I do believe very strongly that that's where you will hear voices of the unheard.
Yeah, let me add to this. I'm enjoying the free-flowing discussion, by the way, so totally off script at this point for those watching at home. Actually it's deviated into a very neat area of comfort for me, in the sense that my former life before this was actually in that sort of shock analysis, what if, crisis management as a policymaker myself, and some of the challenges of that. So when the Trump tariffs sort of kicked off, and we applauded when ASEAN at least mobilized a little bit to say, okay, we'll set up the Geoeconomics task force and we'll monitor, and there was a nice report by the end of last year with a lot of very expert people contributing to that. So in terms of some of the diagnostics, at least that's great. But as you say, Tan Sri, like crisis after crisis, what have we learned and what are we actually doing? From sort of the inside civil servant point of view, one of the real challenges is this is very hard to mobilize from a resources and skills point of view, as in traditionally within governments you have the security and the political types over there, you have the economists and finance people over here, and they're not necessarily talking to each other, they're not literate in the other field, and it takes a very long time. I mean, it took me a decade plus to be part of those conversations and actually be useful. And the real challenge is there's distrust on both sides as well. Not to disparage anyone from a security background, but often they tend to catastrophize things to get more budget. And when an economic modeler comes into the conversation and says, okay, well, here's how we think through the transmission of shocks. And oh, by the way, these 40 things that you've mentioned, they don't matter economically, I'm sorry to say. And by the way, you think the world's going to end because, basically there's a conflict scenario or geopolitical contest or something. But I can tell you just from like historical evidence, right? If it's a war, and if your territory is not impacted directly, so you'll say more the Israel side of a Gaza contest or a Russia side of Ukraine, then immediately we're in single figures of percentage of GDP shock. If you're getting into yes, you're actively being bombed, yes, we're getting big numbers, 33, 50 if you go back to World War II, Vietnam, a bunch of these conflicts. So, but I've never found a security person who likes hearing that because it's very bad for their budgets. And also as part of these conversations within the ASEAN context, one thing I was stressing at the very beginning was that we always think about trade, and I'm all for trade and trade economics, but the thing is, trade is a flow. Capital and wealth are both stock and flow concepts. So if you do damage to capital, you do damage to finance, then you have much bigger problems, and the impact economically is a lot larger. And then bringing it back a little bit more into, so the scenarios analysis part of that, that's really important, but it's also difficult because often it's like, okay, we want the security people to figure out what the scenarios look like because we're not, as economists, we're not experts on that. But then do they want to play ball and explain what those are given security implications? And even doing scenarios analysis in a 24/7 media cycle government is very difficult because you are not focused on the thing that is you hope to believe is the 1% possibility, like a Strait of Hormuz crisis, but maybe you should be. Even a few months before Trump came back into office, talk about those scenarios was like, he's not going to win, surely. We don't need to worry about that. So I think about those things and then bring it back to the efficiency and of expenditure sort of conversation. If we think about and we tracked, we did a report earlier this year that was tracking ASEAN country fiscal policy and of course diplomatic and other sort of responses to Trump's tariffs. And the repeated pattern when it's shock after shock and you know, we get a hold of, policymakers get a hold of one shock and then it's straight on to the next, is that we're not embedding the understanding of risk and resilience and, okay, what are our supply chain weaknesses and how do we map it? How do we connect with industry and understand where those points are? And then do we have the mechanisms to actually target fiscal policy in response to that, or are we just doing blunt instruments again? And then I'll give a shout out to a friend from the World Bank, and I think he's on leave at the moment, Chris Hoy. He and colleagues put out a paper very recently on this where it asked a bunch of people from a bunch of middle-income economies, not including Malaysia, but I think Indonesia and Vietnam and others were in there. I basically asked, what do you expect of government in response to an Iran war like a fuel crisis? And they asked both experts and they asked people, right? The experts basically said, okay, they want direct subsidies and support for, you know, to manage the fuel shock, which is basically what Malaysia already does, right? When they asked households kind of wanted the opposite. They wanted support and more investment in the things that are suffering, you know, infrastructure, education, healthcare. And they wanted just more business opportunities, more support to, many of them would take a second job. They'd want more support to get that job. They weren't actually asking for fuel subsidy support. So I thought that was pretty interesting in that sort of, you know, misperceptions of policymakers versus people. I might just check the time. We've got, I think just to update, we're going till about 12:40-ish. 12:30, okay. So should we open it to questions then, or did you want to have another go? Yeah. Okay, let's open it to questions.
All right, thank you to the panelists. So I'm Rakib, just a student here, learning from the best here. So I was really touched by what both Tan Sri and Dr. mentioned throughout this panel session. Is the same theme that we see here is the need to engage with track 2 diplomacy because I think it reflects the problem that we face in our country is that we are very like politically influenced sort of economy, you know. And this is, I agree with this sentiment because I've always listened to our former Minister of International Trade and Industry, I'm sure Tan Sri Rebecca knows, Dato' Sri Mustafa. He always emphasized the need to break the silos. And where I was very interested when Tan Sri Rebecca mentioned about track 2 diplomacy because in my opinion, after doing my own research, I find that track 2 diplomacy, in my opinion, is the way to go to break the silos from what Tokpa mentions, right? So, and this is not just something to note in fiscal, among fiscal policymakers, but you know, in every other sectors. I think this is especially in Malaysia as well, there is a need to create more dialogues between the ones who are making the decisions as well as the experts in that context. So maybe perhaps Tan Sri can share a little bit more on what are your thoughts on this. Another one is I think there is a need, in my opinion, for policymakers to be more, not necessarily to say creative because that sounds a bit too, sounds a bit unrealistic. But I feel like there is a need for not just policymakers but also the leaders to be more opportunistic in crisis situations. Because as we know, Malaysia's from our history, we have been quite lucky in the sense that we have been very successful in taking advantage of certain crises. For example, the easiest one I can mention is Petronas, how it was founded, how it started. Petronas was founded because of an oil crisis back in 1974. So I think 1974. Please, I might be wrong on this, but yeah. So what are your thoughts on this as well? I just wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
We can collect some other questions if you like, or did you want to address that first, or do you want me to jump in a bit? Well, while we're waiting, I guess. And Uni, yes.
Well, I'm glad the conversation's veering towards the importance of having institutional mechanism for more resilient policy framework. I think it's good that your experience shows that at some time breaking the silo is something can be done, but I think what's experience also say, yes, it can be done, but there are also problem expertise. And I think I would love to hear, I guess, because you, especially from the other speaker, is based on your experience, you talk as if the fiscal authorities have, in ASEAN countries, seem to have similar, level of expertise and efficiency. They will do this, make sure that if a crisis happens, sure, they will do this. But is it the case? Do these ASEAN countries have similar level of that kind of responsive and institutional capabilities in having the same responses? Maybe Tan Sri, you can also talk about your experience in Malaysia, whether, and what does it take even for Malaysia to have that, responsive or, fiscal authorities as in your discussion just now. So thank you.
Let me start before I forget. Well, in terms of the capacity to respond to the shock, I should say that they are quite different. It is not meant to blame the institutional, the Ministry of Finance capacity, but it is in part due to the overall institution, in the sense that, for example, we are always argue for targeted subsidy to minimize the impact on the fiscal position. But you need the tool, administrative capacity to, not human resource capacity, but some infrastructure, administrative infrastructure capacity to identify those who are vulnerable. I understand that in Malaysia, you also have a system to divide the population by income group. Is that sufficient to have that income group classification to provide the proper information in terms of the need for fuel subsidy or other type of subsidy is a thing. And then many ASEAN member economies have that trouble and try to make the progress in that part. For example, one good example is Indonesia. They recently introduced the integrated government database, which incorporate the income, tax data and other survey data to properly collect the demographic as well as the financial information of the individual and household, and then mandate all government subsidies to based on that the database. So that kind of institutional background is something that make a huge difference. If not, there are other trick measures as well. For example, for the oil shock, at the beginning of oil shock, in case of Singapore, they first selected the group of the people with specific job. For example, taxi drivers or the Grab drivers. they are the one who got the cash voucher, small amount. And then they try to move from small group to bigger group as they realize some of the other capacities to identify different groups. So that kind of approach is something that the government can make a difference. But if you do not have any data, then practically there is no way. The poorest the way is that they said, the government have administrative data, but they cannot use it, or it is outdated so that they cannot make no huge difference. Even the worst case is that without the institutional support, the demand for accountability is very strong. In that case, the government officials at the bottom, too afraid of the accountability accusation, they do not move at all. So that also happened during the pandemic. Some of the member countries have a sufficient amount of budget, but they request all these paper the documents to justify, or the recipient need to verify themselves that they are eligible. So that kind of the administrative hurdle makes a huge difference in terms of whether the government can properly respond to the shock or not.
Just very quickly on the targeted subsidies. I mean, the Singapore way was not targeted subsidies. I think we've been talking about targeted subsidies for a long time. And again, it's data. That's one, data, and two is the political will to do it or not, you know. And what I think, how we've gone about it now, through the STR program, as well as the SARA program, the strength of those programs is the volume of data, the amount of data that they can collect, the government can collect and use today to then do targeted subsidies going forward. But they must they must analyze that data. So I do hope that MOF now, with the amount, it's millions. I think the SARA is what, 5 million or something like that. That amount of data, and the other one where all of us got it, anybody above 18 gets this 100 ringgit. That amount of data, if analyzed, would then help us to go to the next step of having targeted subsidies. On the, I know we don't have much time, on the engagement with civil society, it's a learning process for governments. I recall when I had to do it, the first time I had to do this engagement with civil society was because we were engaging with the Malaysia EU. So under the Malaysia EU FTA, there was this requirement, if you wish, that we hear the voices of the others. MITI, we were very good at engaging with the business community. So the voice of the business community was very prevalent in our decision making, but not that of the civil society. So that was the first time we actually had to learn how to engage with them and how to make use of the feedback that they were giving. Go forward a few years later when we were engaging the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that was another huge thing. And because it was so controversial, we had to learn not only to engage with civil society, but to engage with opposition politicians, to engage with media, to make sure they understood what was going on. You know, so it's a learning process. It's a painful process when you hear things that you don't want to hear. You know intuitively this is it, but you don't want to hear it in your face. So it is. So I hope that, having learned from all these engagements, that we would do this as a matter of course going forward.
Fantastic. 3 snappy things from me to end. So there's much more that can be done regionally, and I look to my own home country, Australia, and a couple of our friends from the HICOM here. Connectivity on the central banks, finance ministries, foreign ministries, connecting up, sharing a bit more. I know there's intel barriers for these sorts of things, but it's understanding how you support a collective crisis response. Secondly, this comes up in global conferences for think tanks, but influence happens through connections, not on paper. So that is something we drill into the team. And the other thing from many years of policy making myself is, look, we can't control politicians, we can't control the world around us, but we can be ready. As whether you're civil servants, you're part of think tanks or various other NGOs, international orgs, we can have a plan that we can present to to ministers when they need it. So with that, I want to thank Sri Rebecca, Dr. Luke, for what's been a very lively and fascinating discussion. Totally off script, but that's okay. These things usually go that way. And thank you everyone for sticking around for that. We have more to come after lunch, so please stick around for that too. A round of applause for the panel.
Right, thank you. That's the must.
Mic test. Thank you to Dr. Stewart and all panelists for the enlightening discussion. Before we go for lunch break at Warisan Cafe on the ground floor, may I please invite everyone in this hall to come forward for a group photo session. You'll find on your table this policy brief. Please carry them with you so that we can take a group photo. At the front of the hall, please. Yes, the photographer will be on stage and we will be here. Bring this together with you guys. Carry this with you. Thank you. Just some notes for lunch while we organize ourselves. The lunch break will be at Warisan Cafe on the ground floor, which is on the other side of the hotel. Please do not leave your lanyards, as only those with lanyard will be allowed into the restaurant. Please return to this room by 1:45 as we want to make sure the next session begins on time. And thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, the report is now available online. You can find the QR code at our registration counter outside. Please be reminded the lunch break is at Warisan Cafe, which is on the other side of the hotel. And please bring your lanyards for verification. Thank you and have a good lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a delicious lunch. I am Priya, and I will be continuing to be your MC for the rest of the day. Now, without further ado, please turn your attention to the screen for a special record presentation from Dr. Anwar Shah entitled Reflections on Emerging Roles of Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer. Please welcome Dr. Anwar Shah.
Gentlemen, today I want to take you on a journey through one of the most consequential yet least visible instruments of modern governance, intergovernmental fiscal transfers. Whether a country is a federation or a unitary state, it almost certainly operates with multiple tiers of government. At the heart of these multiple level systems lie fiscal transfers, the financial flows that connect national, state, and local governments and make decentralized governance function. We will examine both traditional and emerging role of these transfers practiced worldwide. The core question for the audience is, why do transfers matter beyond simply as is commonly perceived, perhaps correctly in many parts of the world, that the fiscal transfers or as the magical art of passing money from one government to another and watching it vanish in thin air. The central thesis of today's talk, fiscal transfers are not merely technical financial instruments, they are fundamental constitutional elements that define economic incentive regimes, that they affect the character, resilience, and equity of federation, and increasingly its environmental sustainability. Let us start with the scale. Intergovernmental transfers finance approximately 2/3 of subnational government expenditures in developing world and about 1/3 in the industrialized nations. That's an enormous share of public services people depend upon every day. Schools, clinics, roads, water system funded significantly through these transfer mechanisms. Most citizens don't know where the money funding their local school or hospital actually comes from. This is a hidden but hugely impactful system. Virtually all nations, confederal, federal, or unitary, operate with interconnected tiers of government linked by these fiscal relationships. Understanding how transfers are designed is therefore central to understanding how well government works at every level. There are three traditional pillars of transfer design dealing with vertical fiscal gap, fiscal equalization, and national minimum standards. Bridging the fiscal gap, vertical fiscal gap arises when subnational governments have greater expenditure responsibilities than revenue-raising capacities. In most countries, tax collection is more centralized than spending responsibilities. The preferred solution is tax-based sharing, allowing both federal and state governments to apply their own rates to a common tax base. This preserves harmonization, enhances state autonomy, and promotes efficiency. Revenue sharing, the alternative, is less desirable because it removes state discretion over tax rates, weakening local accountability to taxpayers, and also the use of multiple arbitrary factors in the formula work at cross purposes. An analogy to tax-based sharing is like two people splitting a restaurant bill by choosing their own dishes from the same menu. Revenue sharing is, on the other hand, is like one person choosing and the other just paying a preset share, less ownership and less accountability with revenue sharing. A second and important pillar of transfers, traditional transfers, is fiscal equalization transfers. Fiscal equalization transfers redistribute revenues from wealthier to poorer regions, ensuring that citizens in all states have access to comparable levels of public services at comparable tax burdens, what we call regional fiscal equity. By doing so, they work as the glue that holds a federation together. The case for equalization rests on three grounds: political and social solidarity, that is the national commitment to a shared political, economic, and social union; fiscal equity and efficiency, equal opportunities regardless of where one is born; and then the efficiency of the internal common market and economic union. Factor mobility should respond to economics, not fiscal accidents. Comprehensive fiscal equalization requires both fiscal capacity and fiscal need equalization. Fiscal capacity equalization is rather straightforward if one uses either the representative tax system approach or a macro indicator such as the state GDP as a measure of state fiscal capacity. Fiscal need equalization is more problematic. It can be done by using a representative expenditure system approach. The application of representative expenditure approach in real world is beset with much complexity and controversy. Australian Grants Commission uses a sophisticated version of the RES in approach, which invites much controversy and debate. Broadway and Shah prefer the demand for public services approach, a simple, fair, transparent method using demand-side objective indicators for all public services like school-age children for education needs or age-weighted populations for healthcare. This avoids the complexity and manipulation risks of RES methodologies. The third pillar involves the federal government using block transfers with general conditions to set national minimum standards for essential public services, education, health infrastructure without usurping state authority. This represents a fundamental shift in public administration philosophy from bureaucratic control over how resources are spent to accountability for what results are achieved, output-based conditionality. So states retain full discretion over program design. The federal government specifies the standard, these states determine the path. Canada's health and social transfers are a compelling example of such a transfer system, where per capita transfers are provided to all the provinces with broad national standards with full respect for provincial autonomy. Additionally, matching conditional grants compensate for spillover benefits, such as like road or environmental systems used by non-residents who don't pay local taxes. In terms of emerging role of intergovernmental transfers, there are several new frontiers. First one is the performance-oriented transfer. Performance-oriented transfers directly link grant financing to service delivery results. Rather than funding inputs, the number of teachers hired, the square footage of clinics built, these transfers are conditional on outputs, graduation rates, achievement scores, infant mortality reductions. This is not just a technical change, it's a governance revolution. It aligns the incentives of public managers with citizens' outcome, empowers citizens by giving them information to hold officials accountable, encourages competition, innovation in service delivery, including between government and non-government providers. Chile uses performance grants for school finance. Canadian provinces and Finnish municipalities use them in health. The US Race to the Top program for education adopted similar principles, but adoptions remained limited because politicians and bureaucrats resisted what makes them more accountable. Tournament-based grants where you rank jurisdictions and reward top performance takes us further and fosters healthy interstate competition. The second emerging role of intergovernmental transfer is to protect the environment. Perhaps the most urgent emerging frontier is using transfers to protect the environment, conserve biodiversity, and drive the green transition. Environmental fiscal transfers remain surprisingly limited, constituting only 0.5% of central to subnational transfers globally in 2020, according to Bush et al. 2021. Brazil pioneered this approach. State government received additional compensation from value-added taxes when local governments create designated protected areas for biodiversity, water conservation, and fire control. China is notable as the only country using central specific purpose transfers to hold local governments accountable for measurable environmental quality targets, with learning by doing and yardstick competition built in the transfer design. The China model is instructive. Performance grants for environment are tied to autonomy in implementation. This avoids the rigidity of command and control while still achieving national objectives. Future tools include certification grants, rewarding green transition progress, tournament grant jurisdictions achieving green benchmarks, and project transfers for renewable energy infrastructure. Climate change has sharply elevated the importance of a third emerging role, ensuring subnational governments against fiscal risks. Natural disasters are more frequent. States bear the brunt of climate-induced damage to infrastructure and human welfare. The green transition itself creates uneven regional disruptions. Think about coal-dependent states. Federal stabilization transfers are designed to ensure states against idiosyncratic revenue shocks, falls in own revenues below medium-term levels. The federal government can pool risk across states and access capital markets more effectively than any individual states. Design, however, must guard against moral hazard. Transfers should respond to declines in potential revenues based on national average tax rates, not to revenue falls that states themselves may have induced. The analogy in insurance is insurance design, where you cover the flood damage but not damage from deliberate negligence. Then the role of transfers in encouraging policy harmonization. Fiscal transfers serve important tools for policy harmonization, as voluntary harmonization among states is rarely achieved. Tax harmonization is best achieved by tax-based sharing combined with federal government creating more tax room for state governments by reducing own tax rates. Expenditure harmonization through national minimum standard grants and fiscal transfers can also serve as an important instrument for regulatory harmonization as an incentive for various states to have common standards in terms of regulation. In terms of the political economy of transfer design, this is an extremely important consideration in transfer design. Economic principle gives us a normative blueprint, but real-world fiscal transfers are shaped and often distorted by political forces. 4 key political economy challenges arise. Equalization, as redistribution faces resistance in heterogeneous federations where regional loyalties compete with national solidarity. Short political time horizons of politicians produce short-sighted transfers, infrastructure funded without maintenance budgets, reforms too slow to outlast an electoral cycle, and lobbyists and interest groups distort allocations. Transfers may not be salient enough to general citizens to generate effective public scrutiny. Then there is vote buying and political gamesmanship. Constituency Development Fund allocation to swing states, beneficiary selection, and political patronage are often used. Studies of Argentina, Mexico, India, USA, Italy, and Sweden all document politically motivated transfer allocation. This is a global challenge, not an outlier. Soft budget constraint, the expectation by states that the federal government will always bail them out, remain a persistent and corrosive incentive problem. Now we come to fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline and institutional safeguard. 3 main sources of state fiscal stress are voluntary fiscal choices that emerge from short political horizons, anticipation of federal bailouts, and reckless borrowing. This requires a fiscal responsibility legal framework. A second source of fiscal stress is the exogenous shocks arising from price instabilities, associated wars, pandemics, and disasters. And here one requires a federal stabilization role. And finally, vertical fiscal imbalance arising from constrained fiscal space for the states require tax and expenditure reassignment. Institutional responses typically take 3 approaches. Market discipline does not work as capital market responses lead to typically unfair, inefficient solutions. Balanced budget rules, helpful but often inflexible rules, may exacerbate soft budget constraint. Fiscal councils, independent fiscal council may be a better options where you have independent advisory oversight bodies and multi-level participation and with arm's length deliberations and these councils staffed by fiscal experts. Brazil's fiscal responsibility law 2000 represents an important landmark in this respect where fiscal rules were framed applicable to all levels. Fiscal Constitution Council constituted to provide an intergovernmental oversight, and Office of Independent Prosecutor was established. And citizens was granted legal recourse in terms of oversight of the fiscal responsibility law, and penalties and prison terms for non-compliance by bank, government officials, and policymakers were introduced. Now, finally, we come to the design principle for a resilient transfer system based on the discussions we had so far. So principles for better design transfers are across all these challenges. There are a set of enduring design principles. First, keep it simple, objective, and having a singular focus for each grant program. Secondly, create incentives to promote efficiency and equity in public service provision. Use output-based conditionality rather than input-based control. Protect state autonomy while advancing international standards. Build environmental protection and climate resilience into transfer architecture. Design against moral hazard and soft budget constraints. No single design fits all federations. The principles are universal. The implementation must be context-specific, reflecting differences in development, heterogeneity, and social norms. This is critical. There is no one-size-fits-all formula. Analytical rigor, not imitation, is what we are advocating here. Let me close with the central insight of this work. Federal state fiscal transfers are indispensable instruments for pursuing an efficient internal economic union, an equitable social union, and a harmonious political union. They are not merely financial plumbing, they are constitutional architecture. How they are designed determines whether citizens receive equitable services regardless of where they live, whether subnational governments have the incentives to perform and innovate, whether the environment is protected across jurisdictional boundaries, and whether the federations can weather fiscal storms. The future of transfer design must integrate economic rigor with political realism, building institutions that can withstand political pressures and deliver genuine results for citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anwar Shah, for the excellent presentation. We will now move on to our final agenda of the day, the third panel discussion. I would like to invite our distinguished panelists, YB Rajiv Rishyakaran, Woon King Chai, Ikwan Ali, as well as our moderator, Aira Azhari, to take their seats on the stage. Before I pass the mic to Aira, allow me to briefly introduce our panelists first. YB Rajiv Rishyakaran is the current State Assembly person for Bukit Gasing, Selangor. Ikwan Ali is a strategy executive at the Terengganu Strategic and Integrity Institute, TSIS. And our final panelist, Woon King Chai, is the Director of Institute of Strategic Analysis and Policy Research, INSAP. Aira, over to you.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you to all of you for staying with us all the way to the last panel for the day, after lunch as well. Not an easy task, so hopefully this panel will manage to keep your attention, and hopefully we'll be able to dissect this topic in a slightly different perspective, I believe. So we have our three speakers today, King Chai, Ikwan, and YB Rajiv. Thank you for agreeing to speak. So I think I'll just go straight into it. And providing a bit of context as well, this panel particularly, we would like to look at the more on the federal state transfers and the challenges faced by states in the current status quo system that we have. The previous two panels, I believe, provided a bit more of an international perspective, and also Dr. Anwar's presentation was really insightful, I thought, in sharing some of the best practices there is around the world. For today's panel, we'd like to zoom in a bit domestically, and as we all know, the issue of state autonomy, state rights, of states asserting their independence is something that we see in the news almost every day. There's definitely a political dimension to it, but there is also real questions of how these transfers actually affect people on the ground. So, King Chai, I would like to start with you. What's your view of the status quo on federal state fiscal transfers? What has worked and what hasn't so far, in your view?
Thank you, Aira. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. Thank you very much for the kind introduction and recap of what we are talking about today. So looking at the status quo, right, the yardstick has often been about how much money has been granted to the states. It's always about how much has the state generated vis-a-vis how much they have received. And every time such questions have been brought up by whichever states, the response have always been, oh, because the federal government has allocated X amount via development projects and other forms of funding, right, and grants. So if you look at the concept that has been discussed so far of fiscal transfers, is essentially to allow state governments to fund their constitutional duties. Because under the federal constitution, there are areas within federal and within state list, and this is to allow these responsibilities to be undertaken. At the same time, if you look at how it has been designed, a lot of the revenue collection through broad-based taxes are centralized within the federal government. And yet, a lot of the services with direct impact to the taxpayers are at state level. So there exists this gap that needs to be met, and I believe this is a question that doesn't just exist today, but has been debated time and again across different administrations, right? So when we look at the paper, and credit to Ideas and the researcher, for looking into this very important issue, right? That when such transfers are not rules-based, they are not predictable, and they are not transparent, then it becomes a big problem. Because state governments, no matter how they plan, they're unable to meet, if they don't have the money, they can't implement their planning, right? And for federal government, the issue is, well, where is the money going to come from, right, to fund these activities? While one state can ask for more, it means, because money is zero-sum, right? You take from one to give to the other, someone else is going to have less, someone else is going to have more. So how do you balance that, right? So today's discussion, I hope it's not about how much. I think the question of quantum, that is very much, ongoing, depending on what the government of the day says. But the question should be how it is decided. And I think the paper highlighted, some of the efforts put in by the government to look into this. And we can also see that recent calls by His Royal Highness, right, the region of Johor as well, has highlighted this imbalance. And of course, I think my colleague here can also share his experience as well. So I do hope that today we will have a bit of a discussion on the how, right? How to bridge this gap. And I think Professor Anwar Shah, I think he talked about different examples, like in Australia, and that we can look at an arm's length sort of decision-making process, or an outcome-based measurement can also be something that is looked into. So there are various ways that we can look into this. Back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, King Chai. Actually, I would like to now move to YB Rajiv, actually, at the very end. Hi, YB. Thanks for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Yeah, so what's your view of the status quo in federal state fiscal transfers? What has worked and what hasn't for Selangor?
Well, maybe let's expand it. Let's not just stop at state. It's the local councils that need it the most. And if you look at the way you mentioned constitutional responsibility, the duties and the public service that you receive and you enjoy in this country are mostly provided by the federal government. And what's not, maybe 80% is provided by the federal government, and then 20% is provided by the local council, and virtually nothing is provided by the state government. Technically, the state government does not operate with much expenditure. It does not operate with much headcount, and it really does not have much legislative role, unfortunately. The biggest role of the state government is to appoint your mayors and your councillors and to run the local councils. But the real governing work, the stuff that is important to our daily lives, the roads, the parks, the business license, and everything else is actually at the local council level. So maybe the discussion should keep in mind that there is actually the 3 layers, and it's actually the third layer that is the one that maybe needs it the most and depends on it the most. If you give money to the second layer, it is for the purpose of transferring it to the third layer. So maybe we can skip that and go straight and transfer it to the local council. But maybe the bigger problem that I feel exists is that both local government and state governments operate with really tiny budgets in Malaysia. And Selangor, as an example, operates with less than 1% of GDP. So if you look at state governments in Australia, in America, they operate with much, much bigger budgets, and these governments, these state governments in America and Australia have a much bigger impact on the people's life. I think if the Selangor government closed shop today, you won't really feel any difference. The only thing is when you're going to transfer your property. That's probably the only single thing that impacts you. But how often do you buy property? I think for most people, it may be a once in a lifetime transaction. So the state government could do more, should do more, and maybe I'll say the controversial thing here. I do support TMJ's call. Transfer back 25% of revenue to the state, but not just transfer the revenue, transfer back some of the responsibilities back to the state. I don't see why Putrajaya should be running public transport. I think that is, for a start, something that should be run locally. I think hospitals and healthcare should also be run locally, and the federal government can still control the curriculum, but schools also should be run locally. So maybe 25 may not be enough, maybe we need to go to a bigger figure. But I also understand that that is very wishful thinking. I do not see this realistically happening in the coming 10 years. It will take a lot more for it to happen. And one of the big problems in making this happen is if you set a policy of returning back 35% to the states and giving the responsibility to the states, some states will get too much money because their share of revenue will be proportionately higher, even though their burden of service is not as high. And some states they'll be lopsided, and we'll need to adjust a lot. So I understand that the practicality of doing that is not there. So should we also then consider, since all of you are interested, right, in the funding of state governments and probably local councils, how many of you think that the state and local governments should raise more money themselves? Only 1%. Okay, a handful of people. I mean, a local council in Melbourne raises 10 times more revenue per capita than PJ. Property taxes in Los Angeles is 10 times higher than it is in PJ. But once again, making this transition is politically impossible, and with the political contestation being very tight at the moment and will probably remain very tight for the coming 10 years, make all these evolving changes in income collection will be very, very difficult if you want to be practical.
Thank you. Thanks for your frank sharing of that, YB Rajiv. I'm going to take note of your point about how the very tight political contestation makes it probably even more challenging, but there is another aspect to it as well, the other side of the coin, which I choose to see it as, because political contestation is between states and federal right now, is more competitive than it has ever been. This probably presents a window of opportunity for some of these changes to happen, but we can go back to these points later. Saudara Ikhwan, soalan saya untuk Saudara Ikhwan ialah bagaimana sistem pemindahan wang kepada negeri seperti yang sedia ada ini, yang status quo ni, memberi impak kepada Terengganu. Adakah sistem sedia ada mencukupi untuk memenuhi keperluan kewangan negeri? Silakan.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang semua. Terima kasih kepada pihak Dias kerana having us on this stage to share our perspective. First of all, semua setuju daripada kita, semua panel kita tadi dah menyebutkan tentang how powered our federation, kerajaan persekutuan dalam konteks mengumpul hasil. Kita tengok cukai yang besar dan dinamik seperti cukai korporat, cukai individu dan juga sales and service tax. Itu saja pun dah merangkumi about 2/3 from the federal revenue. compared to state yang rely on hasil yang tidak lestari dan tidak mampan seperti tanah, hutan dan air, kecil saja, dan sebagaimana disebut dalam kajian ID sendiri hanya sekitar 10% saja daripada keseluruhan hasil yang dipungut oleh kerajaan di negara kita. Dan serahan dan pemberian persekutuan kepada negeri-negeri di seluruh Malaysia hanya sekitar 3% saja kan daripada perbelanjaan mengurus kerajaan persekutuan, dan menggambarkan betapa powernya kerajaan persekutuan dalam konteks ini, dan juga menggambarkan betapa kecilnya peranan keuangan negeri-negeri dalam konteks ini, menggambarkan juga ketidakseimbangan yang amat ketara. Dan dalam konteks sistem yang ada sekarang ni, fiscal transfer yang ada, sebagai contoh geran per kapita dan juga geran jalan, memang sebenarnya tidak memadai untuk memenuhi keperluan expenditure needs, terutamanya bagi negeri yang seperti Terengganu yang mempunyai pesisir pantai yang panjang dan berhadapan dengan cabaran iklim, monsun tahunan, banjir yang menyebabkan hakisan pantai dan sebagainya, yang sepatutnya menjadi tanggungjawab federal untuk menyelesaikan masalah tersebut, tapi kerajaan negeri dibebankan juga dengan beban keuangan untuk menangani masalah-masalah yang dihadapi. Jika tidak ditangani akan menyebabkan masalah kepada kesejahteraan, keselamatan dan keselesaan rakyat di negeri Terengganu. Jadi itu pun dalam keadaan struktur keuangan kita begitu, kemudian sikap tanggungjawab kerajaan terhadap apa yang sepatutnya dilaksanakan diabaikan, menyebabkan tekanan keuangan itu semakin bertambah di peringkat negeri. Dan satu lagi kelemahan ialah tentang terdedahnya kepada risiko politik dalam keadaan Terengganu sangat bergantung pada wang royalti petroleum ni untuk membiayai pembangunan di negeri Terengganu. Jadi apabila sistem pindahan fiskal ini tidak dilindungi oleh undang-undang yang kalis politik, menyebabkan setiap kali berlakunya perubahan kerajaan, maka Terengganu terus menjadi mangsa. Tengok dalam kes royalti petroleum saja, daripada pelbagai nama digunakan, royalti petroleum, bayaran tunai petroleum, wang tunai petroleum, dana khas kerajaan persekutuan berubah-ubah, menggambarkan polisi yang berbeza terhadap pemberian tersebut. Jadi ini juga perkara yang memberi kesan kepada negeri seperti Terengganu lah, less developed state seperti Terengganu ini. Seterusnya apa yang saya nak kongsikan juga ialah tentang kebergantungan yang terlalu tinggi kepada geran luar dan royalti petroleum ini. Sebenarnya satu sudut boleh mewujudkan kesan tidak sihat kepada negeri sendiri apabila terlalu bergantung kepada pusat, selesa dan akhirnya tidak menaikkan kreativiti, kesungguhan untuk memungut hasil sendiri. Dan inilah apa yang berlaku di negeri Terengganu sejak sekian lama. Bayangkan berpuluh-puluh tahun lamanya kadar sumbangan ekonomi Terengganu statik sekitar 2.5% kepada ekonomi negara. Berpuluh-puluh tahun, tidak berubah. Begitu juga dalam konteks hasil, hanya statik sekadar sekitar 200 juta hasil janaan negeri, state on revenue hanya kekal statik sekitar 200 juta per year. Okay? Dan ini antara punca kerana terlalu bergantung kepada kerajaan persekutuan dalam konteks ini, merasakan bahawa ada soft budget constraint. Jadi apabila keadaan tu berlaku, dia rasa okey, kita ada federal akan selamatkan kita ada masalah keuangan, federal akan selamat kita, dan dia do nothing lah untuk sehinggalah baru-baru ni saja 2025 barulah kita berjaya melepasi paras 300 juta ringgit setahun. Itu for the first rekod pertama dalam sejarah negeri Terengganu lah. Jadi sama ada untuk menilai cukup tak cukup fiscal transfer yang ada sekarang ini, kita kalaulah kita guna model sebagaimana yang disebut oleh panel-panel kita tadi, antaranya yang diguna pakai di Australia sebagai contoh, melihat kepada berapa banyak state mampu untuk generate income, at the same time berapa banyak spending yang patut dikeluarkan untuk provide basic perkhidmatan kepada rakyat ini, sudah pasti saya rasa kerajaan persekutuan patut membayar lebih banyak lagi kepada bukan sahaja Terengganu lah, kepada negeri lain juga. Jadi ketidakseimbangan ini sebenarnya kita boleh tengok lebih jelas lagi sebagai contohnya negeri-negeri maju macam Selangor tadi pun sebut, walaupun dia kategori negeri maju compared to Terengganu, hanya negeri kurang membangun, tu pun dia kata tiny budget je yang dia terima daripada federal. Apatah lagi nasib seperti negeri yang kecil seperti Terengganu, Kelantan, Kedah dan beberapa negeri lain yang diklasifikasikan sebagai less developed state ni. Sebagai contoh, negeri Selangor, Johor, Pulau Pinang, Perak dan Pahang, daripada 4 rolling plan RMK ke-12 tu, Kerajaan Persekutuan membelanjakan, peruntukan tu besar lagi, tapi spend about 40 billion for these 5 state. Compared to Terengganu hanya 4.2 billion untuk tujuan pembangunan menerusi RMK 12. Ini pun menggambarkan bila saya sebut nama-nama negeri tadi bukan soal dengki, soal politik, soal apa, saya nak menggambarkan bahawa betapa jelasnya ketidakseimbangan itu berlaku dan terus berlaku dari semasa ke semasa. Johor, Selangor, Perak dan Pahang juga merupakan antara negeri yang mengekorkan jumlah penerimaan tertinggi. Kalau kita baca lampiran E sebagaimana yang ada dalam publication yang dibentangkan pagi tadi, jelas 4-5 negeri ini juga merupakan penerima tertinggi grant daripada persekutuan. Tambah pula lah negeri-negeri ini mempunyai infrastruktur pengangkutan, utility, komunikasi yang jauh lebih hebat berbanding negeri lain dan juga mendapat kelebihan infrastruktur ekonomi seperti lapangan terbang, pelabuhan yang bertaraf antarabangsa, dan kalau kita compare dengan negeri-negeri yang kurang membangun seperti Terengganu, Kelantan yang tidak mempunyai kelebihan sedemikian, of course kita boleh faham kenapa ekonomi di negeri-negeri tersebut kekal dalam keadaan sebegitu untuk sekian lama. Dan penutup kepada soalan itu saya nak rumuskan, jadi penyelesaiannya kepanjang, nak tak nak kita bukan soal sekadar nak tuntut simpati tambahan grant daripada Kerajaan Persekutuan, tapi mesti melakukan perubahan struktur, reka bentuk federalisme fiskal itu sendiri supaya state mendapat autonomi yang lebih banyak dalam konteks mengutip hasil, namun pada masa sama perlu diseimbangkan dengan syarat-syarat tertentu supaya keseimbangan horizontal imbalance tu tidak berlaku. Wallahu a'lam.
Terima kasih Saudari Kuan. Saya berminat dengan frasa yang dikongsi oleh Ikhwan tadi, iaitu undang-undang kalis politik. So how do we have a politics-proof rules-based system, and this is what our paper explores. But unfortunately, that's not the reality lah in Malaysia currently. Before I go back to King Chai, Ikhwan, saya nak tanya sedikit. Sebenarnya tadi Ikhwan ada sebut tentang royalty petroleum kan? Again, satu lagi isu yang mendatangkan sedikit kontroversi juga, dan statusnya sekarang dinamakan wang ihsan. Dan ada apa-apa update tak tentang wang ihsan ni? Memang konsisten ke Terengganu dapat daripada federal government ataupun tidak?
Dapat, tapi mutakhir ini bukan semuanya dikreditkan secara langsung kepada kumpulan wang disatukan negeri. Ada yang diparking di bawah JPP atau mana-mana agensi persekutuan dan dibayar langsung kepada kontraktor ataupun bekal berkenaan. Jadi kesannya ialah kepada autonomi fiskal yang ada pada kerajaan negeri untuk merancang pembangunan dan membelanjakan peruntukan yang ada.
Okay, so the money, the wang ihsan is transferred straight to like contractors and all that at the state level instead of going to the state accounts lah. Right?
Itu satu masalah. Masalah lain lagi ialah perlu dimohon.
Oh, okay.
Dan belum tentu kesemua yang dimohon lulus.
Okay.
Dan ada sekatan-sekatan tertentulah yang dihadapi oleh kerajaan negeri Terengganu.
Okay, terima kasih. King Chai, going back to you. So the discourse on state autonomy and decentralization now seems to be driven more by politics and not the need for greater transparency and accountability through a rules-based system. Can this be sustainable when we all know how unpredictable our politics can be?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, hearing from what our colleague just said, right? From what is seen as by the state as their right, their entitlement is now seen as a wang ihsan contribution. You know, the term ihsan raises a lot of questions. You know, all of this presents us with a real case why we need rules and transparency and not be reliant on political or leadership-driven moments like these, you see. And as it stands, the lack of clear rules and definition of the formula of how these transfers are defined, how they'll be undertaken, means that politicians and political interventions can still happen with an opaque impact. Like we don't know, we really don't know what are the considerations behind some of these decisions. And we believe that with clear, transparent, predictable rules, formulas, it can also bind not just the federal government to their responsibilities, but also the state government to what they say they will do with the money, right? And speaking of sustainability, I mean, you raised it earlier, we look at today where the federal government is and continues to grapple with fiscal sustainability, right? And with the current energy and supply crisis, the federal government needs all the revenue that they can get, right, to fund these activities that they want to undertake. So I'm going to sound like a broken record once again and say that we do need to look at fiscal reform of how the government, the federal government, can broaden its revenue base. And of course, the best option is still the GST, the Goods and Services Tax, right? It is a consumption-based tax system that is inherently more transparent, and it also means that with a larger collection, right, there will be more headroom for federal and state governments and even local councils to petition on how these monies are to be distributed or redistributed, right? If you look at the numbers themselves, speaks for itself. Last year in 2025, despite the expanded SST, total collection only came to about 53 billion ringgit, which is still lower than what GST collection was over 8 years ago back in 2017 at 60 billion ringgit, right? And cumulatively, if we calculate based on what the GST collection could have been vis-a-vis the SST collection since 2018, as a country, we have lost at least 163 billion ringgit that could have been spent in so many other ways through the different crises that the country has seen through, and potentially may even play a role in steering the country's economy today in the eyes of the current crisis.
I think maybe just to address what you said earlier, with the exception of the Terengganu oil royalty, the rest of the fiscal transfers are quite predictable. They have systems, they are set, they are small, but they are predictable, they are standard, and they run. I think the only thing that is unpredictable is the oil royalty. That one can go up and down, and I don't agree with it going up and down, just for the record, but unfortunately it is what it is. I think the bigger problem is not the predictability. The predictability is there. The bigger problem is the quantum. But the bigger problem with the quantum is that we as a country don't dare to impose new form of taxation and don't dare to increase the taxation that's going on. So yes, you may call for GST, but with the current political climate, no one is going to impose GST anytime soon. And GST caused the government to change the last time. So this is one of the problems that we're going to grapple with. So it's a nice topic to talk about the fiscal transfer, but I think the other big challenge is where's the money going to come from? The federal government does not have any more capacity to give to the states. It is already at the it's maxed out its credit card. It's barely surviving. It can barely fund the hospitals. It cannot repair all the problems in the schools. Even in Petaling Jaya, there's a long list of pending repairs for all these government facilities. There is just not enough money.
YB, so considering the fiscal constraints that the federal government has, so you're suggesting that the solution should be that the state should be able to raise more revenue on its own?
I know the states won't do it, but I think that's something we need to start talking. First of all, states only collect revenue. I mean, the state's primarily form of taxation is on property taxes. Your cukai tanah and your cukai pintu at the state and local council level. These property taxes are ridiculously low by international standards. It's time for us to start talking about increasing it. In fact, if you double your cukai tanah today, I don't think you will feel the difference. How many of you pay more than 100 ringgit in Cukai Tanah? Not many. A lot. Even terrace houses in Subang Jaya pay like 70 ringgit. So the Cukai Tanah that we collect is ridiculously low. We should be brave to increase that. So state governments should dare to collect more, and so that they are more independent. The second thing is, it's time for the federal government to, in my opinion, this is not representing my party, this is not Harapan's position, this is just my personal position, but every form of taxation that the federal government collects, allow the state to add on. If state wants to add on 2% to the personal income tax, then income tax can collect extra 2% in Selangor and give it back to the Selangor government. So that you don't need to have double. Don't collect income tax both at federal and state through separate departments. But why not allow states to also collect their additional corporate tax, additional income tax, additional sales tax? And when GST comes in fact, if I'm the federal government, put in the GST now and put it at 0% at the federal level and let all the states decide how many percent GST they want. And then suddenly all the people calling for GST will, call for GST but never do it in their own state. But why not allow all the states to start raising their own revenue, and we should start talking about how it is okay. We should welcome it. So this conversation can start today, but until this snowballs and picks up in the wider audience, I don't think the political appetite to do it is going to kick in anytime soon. But the reality is the state governments are really collecting too little revenue.
Yeah, thanks, YB. Actually, my next question, you did allude to it earlier, so I was quite intrigued by when you mentioned that if the Selangor government closed shop today, you actually won't feel very much as a Selangor resident, because my next question is exactly that. And if you want to add any more remarks on that, please do so, right? So, as a state lawmaker, how does the current system actually impact the daily lives of Selangorians? Like, why does it actually matter? Why does federal state transfers actually matter when you're serving your constituents? Would you like to add more on that?
I don't think the federal transfers matter when serving the constituents, because it is, quite frankly, the Selangor government has no impact. The Selangor government has really no impact on your lives. Can you tell me one service of the state government that you use? Garbage collection is the local council. Okay, come, let's hear you. What state service do you use? Water? Okay, but water is run by a private company, although owned by the Selangor government. It is run by a private company and it's actually governed by SPAN, not governed by the Selangor government. So it's actually a federal license. The company used to be owned by private individuals, but the Selangor government bought over the company. So the Selangor government is invested in the company, but that service of providing the water is actually governed and licensed by SPAN, the federal government. Yes, water used to be a state thing, now water is a federal thing. Everything's a federal thing. So come, anyone can tell me one Selangor service that you use? State library. I was waiting for that answer because that is probably one of the significant things. 106 libraries all over Selangor. The state library is probably one of the products of the state government you would actually use. Then any other products of the state government you use?
Bus. Yeah, there's
the
a bus
bus is
service.
provided by your local council. Next. See, everything is the local council. JKM is the federal government. Yeah, Jabatan Kebajikan services are paid for by the federal government. State got one lah. State got that bantuan arm. Okay, so the state adds on a bit, but the bulk of it is still federal. Okay, so the state gives you some welfare. The state has a lot of programs of welfare. So the Bingkas, the SMUE and all that. The state gives a lot of, what do you call it? Gula-gula. But in terms of service, what other state services do you have? Pejabat Adun, okay. Yes, the Pejabat Adun, your complaint center funded by the state government, correct. Housing. We regulate housing, but the state doesn't really build housing. The state imposes on developer to build rumah Selangorku that you enjoy, and you have sufficient supply of rumah Selangorku because the state imposes this policy and forces the developers to build that percentage. So it's a product of the state regulation, not a product of the state spending. So this is the reality. The mosque is the other thing that you would use from the state. But other than Islam, there's really not much. And the library is just 11 million ringgit a year that the state government spends. So there is really not that much service. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There is. Yes. So okay, there is. Maybe you can use the mic for them to hear.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think there's actually quite a number of services that are shared between federal and state.
Yes, there is quite a number of
healthcare.
departments.
Yeah.
Where the civil servants are partially paid for by the state government. So the state adds on to that. But these are all ultimately federal departments. Yeah. I mean, the state contributes some to that, so these are ultimately federal departments. But the local council is significant to your life. The local government that maintains the roads, the drains, that ensures that you don't have floods, or if they fail to do so, you have floods, controls the business licenses, control your dog license, basically does the town planning. Your local government plays a huge part in your life. And when it comes to local government services, I guess in Selangor, most of the local councils are blessed to be financially independent. They can actually stand on their own 2 feet. So PJ, Subang, Shah Alam, Ampang, Selayang, Klang actually raise sufficient revenue to be able to operate. We still get federal projects from time to time. So these federal projects are not fiscal transfers. I wouldn't consider them fiscal transfers because it's a discretionary spending of KPKT. If they decide like, okay, I will upgrade this Medan Selera for you, I'll upgrade this market for you, I will upgrade this bus station for you, but these are federal projects that they do in the state of Selangor. But the local councils in itself do raise enough money to survive. I think this is not the same for the rest of the country. I think, I'm not sure, but how is it in Terengganu? Are they able to collect enough revenue? So we can collect enough revenue to survive. But do we thrive? I don't think so. I think we can do much better. We are raising too little money, so we just do enough to survive. But we don't really grow services at the local level. And I think if we double the income of local councils, the local councils will suddenly have the ability to have discussions with people and decide what do we do, how do we provide better services for the people. Now there's no more fiscal space. Once you collect the rubbish, once you make sure there are no potholes on the road, you have no more money to consider. There's not much room for optional spending in our budgets.
Thanks, Wai. Very interesting sharing from you about the big role of our local councils, which we probably don't realize in our daily lives. Ikhwan, back to you. So soalan seterusnya dari saya ialah, adakah kerajaan negeri Terengganu sudah mengambil inisiatif untuk mengurangkan kebergantungan kepada kerajaan persekutuan, terutama dari segi pengurusan hasil negeri?
Terengganu berhadapan dengan cabaran klasik yang agak lama lah, iaitu kerana bergantung dengan pendapatan daripada sumber asli, terutamanya daripada petroleum. Yang satunya berhadapan dengan ketidaktentuan harga minyak mentah global, dan dalam konteks dalam negara kita berhadapan dengan ketidaktentuan pembayaran oleh kerajaan persekutuan. Itu cabaran yang pertama. Jadi cabaran ini menyukarkan kerajaan negeri dalam merancang perbelanjaan dan pembangunan di peringkat negeri. Yang kedua ialah dalam konteks negeri Terengganu yang diketahui sebagai, saya sebut tadi, less developed state tadi, taraf sosioekonomi yang masih rendah. Jadi kerajaan negeri agak berhati-hati dalam konteks untuk memperkenalkan barang dasar baru yang boleh memberi tekanan kepada isi rumah dan juga perniagaan di negeri Terengganu. Jadi dalam mendepani cabaran ini, kerajaan fokus kepada 3 objektif utama melalui pelbagai strategi. Yang pertama ialah untuk kita memperkemas, kerajaan ini memperkemas takbir urus fiskal. Yang kedua dalam konteks untuk kita meningkatkan kecekapan kutipan hasil daripada sumber sedia ada. Dan ketiga lah untuk memperluaskan sumber hasil baharu daripada pelbagai sumber, termasuklah daripada sumber mineral. Kemudian antaranya yang dibuat ialah pengurusan fiskal dan proses belanjawan dibuat transformasi. Di bawah kepimpinan Dr. Sam dibuat transformasi. Antaranya ialah untuk outcome based budgeting untuk pelaksanaan penuh di peringkat kerajaan negeri, termasuk ke peringkat agensi-agensi kerajaan. Kemudian ada kita meneroka pelbagai bentuk financing, sama ada public private financing dan juga community based financing. Yang penting ialah supaya apa juga pelaksanaan projek ataupun program kerajaan untuk rakyat tidak hanya semata-mata bergantung kepada peruntukan langsung negeri, tapi mesti diteroka daripada sumber-sumber lain juga. Dan seterusnya ialah pengenalan sebarang bentuk cukai ataupun bayaran yang hendak dikenakan kepada rakyat. Dibuat kajian yang menyeluruh supaya, sebagai contoh kita baru perkenalkan hari itu ialah semakan semula bayaran office fee, dan akan datang kita sedang revise cukai tanah dan akan dilaksanakan kalau ikut jadual asalnya pada 2026, tapi mungkin akan ditunda kepada tahun berikutnya. Ini juga satu usaha untuk meningkatkan hasil negeri. Walau bagaimanapun sumber hasil baharu ini tidak sepatutnya dibuat kajian supaya menyeluruh supaya nak pastikan semua pihak berkepentingan sepanjang rantaian perkhidmatan ini tidak terbeban dengan dasar baharu yang diperkenalkan oleh kerajaan, dan lebih penting ialah dasar baharu itu tidak menjadi spoiler kepada ekonomi semasa. Okey. Dan seterusnya ialah kerajaan negeri juga memperkenalkan rangka tindakan transformasi ekonomi negeri Terengganu yang memandu pembangunan pelabuhan dan perindustrian berasaskan keahlian tenaga, mineral, teknologi, digital dan juga elektrik dan elektronik serta makanan asas dan asasani. Jadi semua ni maknanya ada pro and cons dalam keadaan kerajaan tertekan, ada usaha yang lebih kuat dilakukan oleh kerajaan negeri untuk memastikan kerajaan mempunyai kedudukan fiskal yang baik untuk pastikan dapat menyampaikan perkhidmatan yang sewajarnya kepada rakyat. Dan alhamdulillah selepas usaha-usaha dan rancangan ini dilaksanakan, sedikit demi sedikit membuahkan hasil lah. Bagi kalau kita tengok datanya ialah bagi tempoh RMK 12. Dari tahun 2021 hingga 2024, purata jumlah hasil cukai dan hasil bukan cukai meningkat sebanyak 11.9% compared to the period before dalam RMK 11 yang hanya berpurata sekitar 236.77 juta saja setahun. Dan pada 2025 yang saya sebut tadi, angka hasil janaan negeri ini mencecah kepada 453 juta. Dan sekaligus meningkatkan nisbah hasil janaan negeri compared to terimaan persekutuan daripada 17% kepada 31%. Ini komitmen kerajaan negeri dalam mengukuhkan sumber hasil negeri. Dan dijangkakan sasaran untuk melepasi angka 510 juta sebagaimana yang disasarkan oleh Dr. Sam menjelang 2030 dengan perkembangan terbaru ini mungkin dapat dicapai dengan lebih awal. Dan apa yang juga ditekankan oleh Menteri Besar is Terengganu mesti kekal balance 3 aspek. Pertama ialah pengukuhan hasil. Kita nak hasil yang banyak di peringkat negeri, dan kita nak yang keduanya ialah ekonomi berkembang. At the same time yang ketiga ialah make sure rakyat kekal dalam keadaan yang sejahtera dan bahagia. Wallahu a'lam.
Terima kasih Kuan. Saya rasa cukup menarik. It's quite interesting that Terengganu is exploring in to revise property taxes, kan, cukai tanah tadi. I think the one of the few sources of revenue of taxation from state government is actually the cukai tanah. I'm going to open it up for questions from the floor in a bit, but I just want to maybe close off this session with me with a question about the future of federation, of decentralization of our federation, right? Because when we talk about the obvious constraint that all states in Malaysia face is the constitutional limitations really placed on states to raise revenue, and we know that this is partly the reason why many states rely on land and natural resources to raise revenue. So King Chai, do you see a way forward to this? Is there a future where our federation decentralizes further so states can have more sustainable sources of revenue?
I think decentralization or fiscal autonomy, I mean, that's not the issue here. It's the fact that, I mean, has been highlighted by Yang Muhammad earlier, that the local councils have played such a big role, right, in the public's everyday lives. And that also means that a lot of the spending benefits to be received by the public, I mean, it should not be at the discretion, you know, of politicians alone, right? And it illustrates the point that for how large of a role local governments play in our lives, should we not really look seriously at local council elections? Should this not be an opportunity for us to explore a more direct form of representation? And sure, I mean, we've discussed all sorts of ways where, you know, monies can be channeled either through federal, to state, local councils, etc. But what about accountability, right, to the spending of these monies? And I think if we're able to introduce direct, you know, elections to our local councils, that would give the public a say as well into who represents them on how that money is to be spent. And on the issue of way forward, also knowing that we need to explore broadening the federal government's revenue base, GST, as we mentioned earlier, is not something that we can or should undertake immediately, not overnight. But it needs to have solid steps taken to address how it is to be brought back, right? Let's not say tomorrow. Let's set a target. A year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, have a plan, right? So that dialogues, discussions, companies, businesses have the time to gear up to implement these form of taxes. And at the same time, we should also look seriously at rationalizing SST because of the impact it has had on the cascading impact of taxes on the goods and products and services along the supply chain, despite exemptions being given to basic food items. But as we understand, to produce that loaf of bread that may not be taxed at the till, along the supply chain in its transportation of that loaf of bread and the warehousing, the sale, everything would have already been applied with an SST. So, you know, in many ways, I find that the goods and the price of goods are really distorted, and you know, to then talk about new forms of taxation, of course, you know, in today's economic conditions, with cost of living being a top issue faced by the public, it would not be a popular move. So how do you balance this? Well, we have to look at what's ahead, right? So I do call on the government to take a brave step forward, and let's take this serious, take this discourse seriously, instead of dismissing any calls for GST as if it's a political argument. I think it has gone beyond that. It's gone far beyond that.
Yeah, I think there might be some trauma probably from politicians across all the aisle about GST, right? YB Rajiv, yeah, I mean, King Chai mentioned local council elections, and you know, is that really the answer then? Would that help, or do we still need to think about actually the source of the problem is state government is to raise more money?
Well, if you have local government elections, then local governments have the legitimacy to decide on their own. Currently, local governments can decide to raise taxes, but it has to be endorsed by the state government. I think while I fully support local government elections, I have no reservations about having local government elections, but the problem of having the braveness to raise revenue is not going to be solved just by having local government elections. The same fear that the state government has in raising property taxes today will continue to persist, because as long as you have politics and you have elections and you have the opposing side who will never back higher taxes, they will attack whoever who proposes higher taxes. And this is across all the major parties, including my own. Everyone will take opportunity. If you are in the opposition, you will attack the ruling party at either the state or the national level for raising taxes. And so this tight contestation situation that we are in is going to make the challenge of raising taxes 10 times harder. And while I do support local government elections, and I wish it can happen, and I would like to see it happen, I am also, I guess, aware enough that it's not going to solve this particular problem.
Okay, thank you. Ikhwan, last question untuk panel kepada Ikhwan. Melihat kepada masa depan persekutuan kita, boleh dikatakan negeri-negeri akan terus mendesaklah supaya diberikan lebih autonomi dari segi kutipan hasil, pembangunan infrastruktur dan sebagainya. Saya rasa kita takkan balik kepada zaman di mana state, federal government tu ada perfect alignment dari segi politik, dari segi dasar macam dulu kan. Jadi adakah ini satu perkembangan yang sihat dan apa penambahbaikan yang boleh diperkenalkan kepada sistem yang sedia ada?
Okey, pertama ialah desakan-desakan oleh negeri, beberapa negeri, bukan saja oleh orang politik tetapi juga oleh institusi istana. Kita harus melihat perkara ini satu proses mematangkan sistem persekutuan di negara kita. Oleh kerana itu, kerajaan persekutuan tidak boleh melihat perkara ini sebagai satu bentuk ancaman kepada kuasa kerajaan persekutuan itu sendiri. Yang kedua, dan desakan ini ataupun autonomi ini satu sudut ada kelebihan dia lah, memandangkan kerajaan negeri ataupun local government lebih memahami kehendak, keperluan oleh rakyat di negeri ataupun dalam kawasan pentadbiran mereka dan dapat memberikan perkhidmatan yang lebih bertepatan dengan keperluan ataupun kehendak oleh masyarakat setempat. Ini satu perkara yang amat bagus, amat baik kerana dapat mengekalkan local responsiveness ini. Yang ketiga ialah bagusnya juga ialah apabila kerajaan negeri ataupun local government dapat kutip hasil dia sendiri, ada kuasa untuk pungut hasil, dia akan lebih berhati-hati untuk membelanjakan keuangan yang ada supaya apa yang dibelanjakan itu tidak dibazirkan, tidak berlaku ketipisan dan mereka perlu bertanggungjawab secara langsung kepada pengundi di dalam kawasan tersebutlah. Dan walaupun itu kelebihan-kelebihan dia, tapi at the same time kita kena tengok juga autonomi ini walaupun bagus secara umumnya, tapi kita juga mesti berhati-hati dalam beberapa aspek. Okay? Yang pertama ialah dari sudut kemungkinan autonomi ini yang dipunyai oleh negeri-negeri kaya, dalam konteks kalau diberikan kuasa untuk mengucurkan, negeri kaya akan terus orang kata jauh meninggalkan negeri-negeri yang less developed state sebagaimana saya sebut tadi kerana keupayaan untuk mengutik cukai, dan negeri-negeri yang miskin tadi akan terus ketinggalan ke belakanglah. Dan jika diberikan kebebasan mutlak juga, kemungkinan persaingan yang wujud untuk menetapkan kadar cukai ini, kalau masing-masing memotong cukai atau sebagainya demi menarik pelaburan perniagaan, juga boleh memberi kesan kepada standard tertentu sebagai contoh kepada penjagaan alam sekitar. Ini pun perkara yang kita mesti berhati-hati dalam konteks memberi autonomi kepada subnational government. Jadi sistem berpusat sebenarnya mempunyai kelebihan lah dari segi penyematan kos berskala besar ekonomi, sekiranya urusan kutipan cukai dan perancangan infrastruktur ini dipecahkan mengikut negeri tanpa koordinasi yang kemas, kita akan berhadapan dengan masalah kos yang berganda-ganda. Okey, kerana dua pihak yang melakukan kerja yang sama. Jadi ini antara bentuk-bentuk yang kita boleh laksanakan ialah antaranya kita memperbaiki sistem perkongsian hasil sedia ada, perlu beralih daripada formula yang berasaskan capacity equalization kepada capacity equalization, bukannya kepada performance equalization. Maknanya kita bukan tengok semata-mata berapa yang dia dah kutip, tapi kita tengok berapa sepatutnya dia dapat kutip secara optimum. Itu bagi memastikan setiap negeri, kerajaan subnational tadi dapat melakukan perkara yang paling optimum dalam menjana hasil di peringkat negeri-negeri. Yang kedua ialah perlu ada satu mekanisme untuk melihat disability factors yang saya sebut tadi, sebagai contoh negeri Terengganu yang berhadapan dengan cabaran iklim dan juga mempunyai faktor geografi, pesisir pantai yang panjang, berhadapan dengan monsun dan banjir, juga mesti dilihat. Sebagaimana hari ini kerajaan melihat Sabah dan Sarawak, faktor geografi, dan ada perbezaan dasar dalam konteks penetapan harga dan juga subsidi. Dan bagi mengelakkan isu agihan dana daripada menjadi alat menawar politik ni, kita perlu ada seperti yang diamalkan dengan luar dalam paper yang dibentangkan, antaranya adalah sebuah badan bebas yang dapat menentukan agihan secara lebih telus dan berobjektif, bukan lagi atas pengaruh politik. Itu saja saya rasa. Wallahualam.
I think badan bebas mungkin tak akan berlaku lah. And maybe why don't we put the responsibility on the states? Because the states has the ability to collect more income. The states just don't want to take the political bullet to do so. So instead of the states saying to the federal government, give me more, why don't the states do it? And with all due respect to Terengganu, budget is only slightly smaller than Selangor. But Terengganu only has 20% of the population of Selangor. So I don't understand where the difficulty for Terengganu is. I understand for Perlis and Kelantan is really difficult. Tapi in the case of Terengganu, your budget, your state government's budget per capita is much higher, double of Selangor's. Even if, you have that petroleum royalty, and in the last 3 years, let's just take that figure, even though you didn't get your ideal sum, the petroleum royalty that you got plus your state's natural income together at 2 billion is not much lower than Selangor's 2.8 billion income. And I think Selangor only finally hit 3 billion very recently. So Terengganu is a bit lower than Selangor in terms of income, but Terengganu only has 20% of the population of Terengganu only has 20% of the population of Selangor. So I think you should be able to handle. But let's go back to the revenue raising capabilities that the states have, and maybe states need to take ownership. So I would like to say that I think at the first instance, your property taxes needs to be adjusted. It cannot be too artificially low. But the second thing is, it's time that the federal government returns back the responsibility. Let the states collect other form of taxation, not just property tax. And states should have some responsibility in deciding what revenue they want to raise and what services they want to provide back to the people, and raise the revenue accordingly. The state governments in Malaysia are just fiscally too small by any comparison with any other state government in other countries.
Thank you, YB. Okay, we have about 20 minutes left in the panel, so I would like to open the floor to questions. I'm going to test if people are still awake. I'm hopeful that you are. So there are microphones at the left and right rows of the hall. So yes, Tricia? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Aira. Thank you for the panel. Terima kasih. I like the position I think that YB Rajiv is bringing to the table, because he's speaking from a... Yeah, hi, okay. I like the perspective YB Rajiv is bringing to the table. But the microphone doesn't.
We can hear you, Tricia. I think you can go. Just go ahead, yeah.
Because he's speaking from a real experience as an Adun, right? And also seeing how things operate between the local council and the state. Actually, we heard a lot today from the other panels and also from Deputy Minister Liew Tong saying that the resource must accompany responsibilities, right? So if you devolve more funds to the states, therefore more responsibilities ought to be picked up as well. This seems to be accepted by some states like Sabah and Sarawak. So they want to take over certain things like managing the port, managing actual functions. But my question is, do you think this call would be similarly received by all other state governments on the peninsular side? So what would their response be to what you have just said, right, YB Rajiv, that give them the responsibility to raise more revenues, of course with the approval of the federal government, but would they also in the same breath say, okay, let me take over some of the services of education and health and maybe some policing. Would they take that up? And maybe also the same question, the same exact question kepada saudara di Terengganu lah. Macam mana kalau negeri Terengganu diberi the opportunity to raise more funds? Adakah kerajaan negeri Terengganu or even some of the other states, in your opinion, negeri-negeri PAS sebagai contoh, will they want to do it? Adakah mereka?
Okay.
Yeah.
In all fairness, I am not aware of any discussion. There's been no discussion among politicians at the peninsula level to decide if they want to call for such a thing openly. I think there will be a lot of hesitation at the beginning because the responsibility that you transfer, you must transfer at the very least the same amount of money. And you must transfer maybe a little bit more money. The thing is, there will be a lot of skepticism when the federal government transfers whatever responsibility to the state. Will the money be transferred accordingly? Because if the money is a little bit short, the state governments, I don't believe any of the peninsula state governments have the ability to fill that shortfall. So education, health are the common things that we talk about devolving, and health and education's operating expenditure is going to be much higher than the whole current operating expenditure of the state government. So the fear will be there for sure. But if once you give the space to really examine what the actual operating cost is and the guarantees that the fiscal transfer is going to happen, and that fiscal transfer must be locked in. Because you may say, I'll give you this much of money this year and next year, but then we don't know after 3 more years, if the money cut by 10%, where to find the 10% to fill the shortfall. So I will expect a lot of hesitation to come in, to be fair. But if the guarantees are like ironclad, that the fiscal transfer will happen and must happen, and not only must the figure be ironclad, but the timing of payment. Because if the money comes 2 months late, you don't have the cash flow to be able to sustain. So if all of those are ironclad, then I think states will be willing to take it. But until those things are ironclad, I think states will be very scared, because once you take it, you can't just stop. You can't say, okay, we shut down schools for 1 month because money from federal government didn't come. We can't pay teachers. All the teachers, please go home for 1 month. You can't do that. You can't shut down the hospital for 1 week if the money doesn't come in. And then you just don't have buffers to be able to fill the gap if the fiscal transfer doesn't happen on time.
Ikhwan, from Terengganu point of view?
Sikit tambahan saja. Bila ada autonomi itu sudah pasti dia datang sekali dengan responsibility lah. Apa yang patut kerajaan negeri diberi tanggungjawab itu. Jadi dalam konteks ini mungkin harus dilihat apakah responsibility itu mampu untuk dilaksanakan oleh kerajaan negeri supaya bersesuaian dengan responsibility autonomi yang diberikan. Jadi mungkin dalam konteks ini kita perlu melihat perbezaan-perbezaan kemampuan negeri ini supaya ada fleksibel autonomi ataupun sebagainya.
Terima kasih. Okay, next question. Anyone? Okay, Uni, go ahead.
Thank you for all the speakers, but I think this is the question for three of you. One of the things that was not being discussed in my paper is actually transfer or pemberian kepada a local government, a local council, pemberian bil electricity dengan geran tahunan, which the numbers is in lampiran E, but I couldn't find the numbers at the state government level. And I think I tried to talk to, couldn't get interview before the publication to have that insight into the paper. But if you can give that information, I think for all of us here, on how actually this transfer from federal government works. Does it go through kerajaan tempatan, ministry, or because there is an allocation for that? And I mean, I read some news that in Sarawak, for example, this has been contestation that local councils are not happy with the distribution. How about in Terengganu and also in Selangor? How does this money from federal government being distributed to the local councils? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Siapa? YB dulu? Okay, go ahead YB.
To be honest, I don't know. I have positions on policy, but if you ask me how the nitty-gritty happens, I really don't know.
Dalam konteks Terengganu, saya dimaklumkan oleh pihak pembendaraan bahawa dia memang directly transferred to that PBT. Directly transferred to that PBT, bukannya masuk ke akaun kumpulan wang disatukan negeri dulu.
Thank you. Okay. No. All right. Any other questions from the floor?
Welcome.
Don't be shy. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. Good. So I will give an opportunity to all three speakers to give some closing remarks, any ending reflections that you have on our panel today, or the overall topic or the paper that we published today. So let's start from YB and then Ikuan, kemudian King Chai. Yeah. Oh, King Chai first? Okay lah. Go ahead.
Sure. Look, I think this is one of those panels, right? If you listen to what everyone has said, we're actually all in agreement that there's actually still a lot of room to maneuver, but what's stopping us? Well, politics, right? So I think this is a very opportune time, and with the research, the paper that's being published, there should be more discourse. It shouldn't just stop here, and I hope that everyone, whether the public here or members on the panel, we take it back to our respective perspectives and organizations to look at this issue. It's a bipartisan. It applies to it concerns all, right? And politics should not be the reason why we can't do something better, right? Be it local council elections or GST or transfer of fiscal autonomy and responsibility. I think these are all topics that we should be able to speak openly, transparently, and in an engaging, fruitful manner. Thank you.
Ikuan, silakan.
Apa yang sepatutnya dibuat dalam konteks ini yang terdekat ialah sepatutnya fokus pada quick win-nya supaya kita memperbetulkan fiscal transfer yang sedia ada ni dulu. Okay? Termasuklah jenis-jenisnya, formulanya, mekanisme penyalurannya mesti dibuat pembetulan sesuai dengan keperluan dan keadaan semasa. And then we go to the autonomy, tapi itu pun mesti melihat perkara-perkara yang side effect yang perlu kita lebih berhati-hati, dan perkara ini dapat kita laksanakan sekiranya kerajaan persekutuan bersedia untuk melepaskan sebahagian kuasanya kepada negeri. At the same time perlu memainkan peranan untuk memastikan berlakunya sistem penyamaan fiskal, horizontal fiscal equalization yang mantap bagi memastikan negeri-negeri kekal dapat membangun secara seimbang di seluruh negara. Wallahualam.
Okay, YB, last say.
Actually, I think I might have said it all. But actually, maybe one of the parts that we haven't touched yet is that the way the federal government transfers money for roads, maybe that should be replicated for other things. They transfer based on the kilometers of roads that every state has, and then the state decides which road to resurface every year. So the money comes every year, and the state has to choose and decide how to spend it, rather than the federal government going and resurfacing the roads. And maybe that can start going for other services first. But I think in the end of the day, the elephant in the room is still the fact that we are very tight with money at every level of government. And until we dare to raise taxes at either one of the level of governments, I think the rest of it is going to be very difficult to maneuver.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much to our three panelists. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. And thanks to all of you for staying with us all the way till the last panel. And I hope that you've enjoyed our conference today. Thanks, everyone. Back to you, Priya.
Thank you, Aira, and our wonderful panelists for an in-depth discussion. Please remain on stage for a photo session. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Stuart Nixon to the stage again for the closing remarks. Stuart, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you everyone for, as Ira said, staying to the very end. It has been a big day. My job is to sort of wrap up with a few sort of clever remarks and then a big vote of thanks to everybody. In terms of where I'd like to start, I take it all the way back in my career. My first job in the civil service about 20 years ago was actually in fiscal policy. It was an industry policy team that had literally 8 portfolios. I won't list them all, but it was kind of the grab bag where there were no other areas that were specifically allocated those functions. And why I'm bringing this up is that, I mean, putting a budget together was an incredibly painful and time-intensive process, and all the detail and rigor and checking that went into it. If I think back 20 years ago to where Australia was at in its budget governance and transparency, Malaysia today is not at that level. And that's a problem. It matters because it's your money, or our money, I guess. I pay taxes here too. It's taxpayers' money. It matters what it's spent on, and the governance around that, the transparency around that. It needs to be spent wisely in the benefit of the people, and people need to know that it is being spent wisely in their benefit. To do that, as we've heard today, it's about trust in the institutions that are governing it, that there are rules and procedures, that they're acting in the best interests of people, providing the right incentives, and being fair. However that might be defined, and I know that's contested. So we have we've had panelists and the report sort of touch on a few of those elements today. We've had Tan Sri Rebecca was talking about Auditor General's reports and taking them more seriously. Uni, of course, with her report on making the governance of transfers rules-based, predictable, and transparent. But then alongside that, so I know we like to focus on governance, but as an economist myself, I can't help but say we also need to think about the strategy, the economic strategy around this. Like, what is the vision? Where is the country going economically? What does the government actually want here, and how's it going to try and achieve it? And how is it going to achieve it in an environment that's increasingly complex? If there ever was a time where policymakers could just concentrate on their own domestic issues and not really worry what's going on elsewhere, it doesn't exist anymore, that's for sure. So it's no longer about just growth, it's about understanding how we sustainably grow Malaysia, make it a more resilient place amid rising risks. And in doing that, one fundamental first step that we haven't really touched on today is that policymakers or civil servants actually need to know what they're aiming for here. As in, what is the objective when it comes to managing risks, building resilience, and maximizing the size and spread of economic prosperity in Malaysia? Investing in the time and effort to build civil service capacity, policymaker foresight, deep market intelligence, and the partnerships with business and people and non-government organizations to actually drive these things forward and to understand the complexity and nuances of the issues at hand. And this investment requires, as we've heard today, the rules, the policies, the formulas, the processes, to have all levels of government pulling in the same direction. It was fascinating to hear the observations of the last panel on that. I learnt a couple of things, as frightening as they were. And turning it all the way back to where we began today, addressing what YB Tong spoke about in terms of adversarial federalism and how we correct the course on that. And to split one of his quotes, addressing and not taking for granted the reasonably functioning democracy for its we don't want Malaysia to join one of or want to join the global democracy recession, as he described it. So fiscal policy must match Malaysia's aspirations and citizen needs, and it must do so equally across the Federation, not better for some and not for others, depending on where they live. and not continue to reflect political constraints and complacency. So with that, I want to thank everyone involved in this. So a special thanks to Uni, of course, as the author of the report and a true sort of inspiration and champion for this area. To all the others involved in the report, we mentioned sort of Akila and Nishal and Ahmad and all of the A&E team who are here today, Nazira as well. Our program secretariat who helps drive the program. It takes a whole collection of people to put events and papers together. To all the panelists who came and made really insightful contributions, I thank you as well. And of course, last but not least, to in absentia, I guess, the European Union as our funders of this effort. The European Union, of course, has been a great partner for us and a leading light, I guess, in the rules-based sort of order world in terms of good governance and things like that. And thank you to everyone else, everyone who is here. I say at the end of all these events, it's not just us as think tanks or as researchers who are the advocates. It's everybody. In democracies, if you want change to happen, we've all got to be the voice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart, for wrapping up the event with such thoughtful reflections. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is coming to an end. Can we get a round of applause for all the presenters, panelists, speakers, and yourself? Thank you. On behalf of IDEAS, we would like to express our appreciation and gratitude to the European Union for their support towards the report and this event. And also thank you all for making today's event a success. That said, you may help yourself to some refreshments outside the ballroom. You may validate your parking at the lobby, and please download the report. There's an online copy on the IDEAS website, so ideas.org.my. You can find the report there. And before leaving the ballroom, please return your lanyards to the ushers standing outside of the ballroom. Thank you. See you in our next events. Thank you.